Greetings, Earthlings. It is me, your host, Shaman Patrick. Today, we are going to explore this question, which seems to be on a lot of people's minds. Is Peter Thiel the Antichrist? Now, I'm a shaman. I've been to hell. I've met Jesus. What are some other things that I could tell you that might be relevant? I've died. I've been to the afterlife. In my work as a shaman, I have to deal with evil spirits. I've met Satan a few times. So I might be a different perspective on this for you. I'm also gay, and Peter Thiel is also gay. And so I want to explore this with you. There is an insane amount of fear mongering about Peter Thiel, AI, Palantir. Just, it's this insane level of it. And so this presentation attempts to dial it down for you. So this presentation is going to show you some information from various sources. But the first thing I want to tell you, if you have Trump Derangement Syndrome, if you automatically, reflexively hate Trump, this video is not for you. If you have TDS, if you have irrational fears around Trump, Republicans, conservatives, it's not for you. And I'm going to get into Trump Derangement Syndrome because that's important to understand. You know, Whitney Webb, like all the fear mongering, my husband and I were talking about this, all the fear mongering about AI and Peter, it seems to come from Whitney Webb, of all people. The people who are fear mongering most about AI, it's just filtered down through Whitney Webb. If you watch my last video about Whitney Webb, the more you listen to Whitney Webb, the crazier and more insane it sounds. She's like a manic street preacher. Like, when did we start paying attention to manic street preachers? Not the band, but when did we start paying such a... And who the fuck cares? Are you a Christian? Do you know would you even know what the Antichrist is? These are all things that we're going to explore on this episode. It's going to be a lengthy one. I wouldn't call this a deep dive. It's more an examination of the human being named Peter Thiel. Hey, people are people, so why should it be? You and I should get along so awfully, right? We're all fucking people here. So let's get on with the show. Are you ready? Let's go.
He was once a storm in human form, sharp tongue, cold soul, heart worn and torn, living like a ghost who missed his grave till the spirit sang out and called him brave. He got rewired by the great unknown, heard the call like a dial tone to the bone. So pull up a chair, enjoy the glow. This is the Shaman Patrick Show.
First off, I don't think conservatives are evil. I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're bad people. The majority of conservatives that I know are just people. They don't do bad shit. They're in marriages. I know some gay conservatives too, and they're fine. Everybody's fine. The only real hateful shit that I see is coming from Democrats and progressives and all of that stuff. It's just kind of gross. And so I used to vote Democrat, and but I started seeing some insanity in it. And when I saw the insanity, many of you saw the insanity through Charlie Kirk, like the vile hatred for humanity. It's like gross. It's like, are y'all possessed by demons? And I mean, what the hell's going on with this? Like, how can so many people be this brainwashed to hate other human beings? And I do believe it's like a brainwashing, because a person in their right mind would not commit violence towards anybody else. A person in their right mind would not be racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic, any of those things. You know, and I like what Jesse Lee Peterson says. People can be just hateful. Yesterday, when I made a video about Charlie Kirk's assassination, somebody slung themselves up in the comments talking a whole bunch of nonsense and lies about Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, come correct with this shit. A lot of things, like people took some of the things he said out of context and they repeat them. It's the same thing that Whitney Webb does. And I noticed that in the videos that people use about fear mongering, about Peter Thiel or Alex Karp or anything like that, they take the quote out of context. And you have to listen to the whole damn podcast to get the truth about it. And people will repeat these things as if they're truth. And so I've listened to a lot of interviews from Peter, from Alex, even Sam Altman. And the insane amount of fear mongering, I think it just comes down to TDS or Trump Derangement Syndrome. And I'm not dismissing the criticisms, okay? But when you're that emotional about shit, it clouds your judgment. As masculinity is being restored on this planet, something that I've talked about, some women are very excited about this as well. A masculine man is not going to be in his emotions. And a masculine man is going to be able to see reality without bringing in a bunch of emotions. And we're going to watch something about TDS. But I've known people with TDS. They are not even participating in reality. It is like a form of psychosis. And I think, it could be classified as an actual legitimate mental illness. But here's the thing about Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel used to be, and I'm going to say some things here. I'm going to sum some things up, but from what I understand, Peter Thiel used to be kind of a lefty Democrat type person. And Gawker Media did an expose outing Peter as gay, which is really fucking horrible. Like if somebody wants to be gay and they don't want people to know about it, don't force them out of the closet. That's really fucked up. And he did sue Gawker through Hulk Hogan, which is a weird team up. Hulk Hogan and Peter Thiel teamed up to see. There could be so much information in this video, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stick to the topic. But so Gawker eventually went out of business, but Gawker was kind of a fucking horrible company. And I got wrapped up into some Gawker shit back in the day. I was featured on one of their blogs because I was a gay artist. I used to get press for shit. It was very weird. It pissed other people off, but I used to get press for my art that I used to do. So anyway, but they weren't a great publication. They were not. And so they went out of business. And I think that if you understand that Peter Thiel being a gay Democrat and then he's changed his mind. Let me tell you something about all people as they get older. They tend to become more conservative as they get older. And there used to be a saying that, if you were young, you're a liberal. And when you get older, you're a conservative. Because you have different worldviews. You become more wise. You understand things a little bit better. I mean, I myself am more conservative as a sober person. When I withdrew from the Democrat Party, people got very pissed at me. Like when I started calling out the insanity, I didn't jump off and become a Republican or a Trump supporter. I'm just like, this shit is bananas. Y'all are full of hate. Y'all are hateful people. I thought we were friends. Why are you calling me racist, homophobic? Just like it was an involuntary response, like a seizure. Like, he said good people on all sides. Mischaracterizing the things that he said. Here's another thing I did. I actually listened to the press conferences. See, it takes a lot of time to do this stuff. And people are relying on you not listening to all this stuff. You may not even know what to look for. It may never come up on your YouTube. You may never know that Trump did press conferences and rallies that you could see. They tried to keep all that stuff away from the news. Like on the news, they would say, we will not allow this man to lie to us. But if you actually listen to the press conference, I did that with Joe Biden too. I learned to not watch the news or take people's words for things and listen to the people themselves. What a concept, right? What a concept. So I think the hatred of Peter Thiel comes from this. They feel like he's a traitor. They feel like he's switched sides. And yes, that's a little bit of conjecture, but I know the way people treated me when I said, hold up, wait a minute. Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I have to be a Democrat. Especially if I am repulsed by your behavior. Repulsed, sickened by it. So hateful. Like I would be in rooms with a bunch of gay guys as they just were so violent and hateful about Republicans and conservatives. I'm like, y'all, we're supposed to be the party of love and tolerance. What the fuck happened to that? That's what I saw. I saw them being very intolerant, very judgmental. They wanted diversity unless you were a white man, conservative. And I thought that's exclusionary. Then there's all, but I feel that all of it was because they wanted Hillary to get elected. And when she did, they all thought she was going to win. And when Trump got elected, this has just been an ongoing punishment for people who voted for Trump. How dare you? And, you know, people get shot. There's violence. There's all this crime in all these cities. And I have a joke. I'm like, you know, if everybody would just vote Democrat, we wouldn't have to censor you. If everybody would just vote Democrat, we wouldn't have to shoot you. If all of you would just vote Democrat, we wouldn't have to lock you down for a virus. So, and it's kind of true. It feels like punishment because it is. How dare you disagree with me? How dare you? How dare you disagree with me? So I say all of that because I think a lot of it is they're mad that Peter Thiel left them and he was an influential person and he's gay. And so they feel like he's a traitor. And I think that a lot of that comes from that. But before I go in, you know, and Whitney has all the signs and symptoms of TDS. And also I looked at some of her thumbnails and like, if you look at her thumbnails, has any of y'all been raised by a narcissistic mother? All this shit, like, look, I am warning you. Tell your family to prepare. This is the goal. The plan has begun. Trump is hiding this about X. This is far bigger than I thought. Prepare for what's coming. Do not trust them ever. It's kind of a narcissistic fear mongering where you want people to be afraid. I mean, both of my parents were narcissistic and they seem to wield this almost mystical power. And when you see Whitney, I mean, she's not pretty. Okay. I wouldn't define Whitney as pretty or attractive. She's probably gotten rejected a lot in her life. I'm saying it feels like loser vibes. Like, I'm mad and I want justice and I'm mad. I'm so mad. And if I can't be happy, nobody can. That's the vibe that I get. Very childish, very immature. Somebody commented on the video yesterday, but what if she's saying is true? Well, if what she is saying, like y'all have given these almost mystical powers to these AI systems and these tech bros and these tech gurus. They're just businessmen. They're just businessmen. And you have to understand they want the regulation on the AI, you see? They want the regulation on the AI. Won't please somebody think of the elites, please. We need this regulation because the indoctrination of the nation, the elites, the college educated people, AI is a threat to that. AI is a threat to to that. They need AI to be regulated, okay? Because they want America to be dead last. For some reason, people hate America. I don't know why they hate America, because I think America is the greatest country on earth. And so Peter Thiel is also a patriot. He also believes in Jesus. Fuck you, Peter. How dare you be a conservative, billionaire, gay, rich? I mean, there's a lot to hate Peter Thiel about. There is. I don't hate him. I think he's just a guy, a businessman who is smarter than me. Certainly smarter than she's giving podling. Do you know podlings from the Dark Crystal? Do you know about podlings? That's what it reminds me of. Very much so. See, the podling, she was like a podling queen, and the podlings were slaves, and their energy was harvested by the Skeksis. It's giving that. She's giving podling queen vibes. But I think it's just revenge, and I think it's just hate, and just because Peter's just a man. But is he the Antichrist? Because I don't think people are superior to me, and I don't feel inferior to other people. And so, you know, and I'm also not starstruck. And I've hung out with very rich people, and I've also hung out with homeless people. And guess what? People are just people. I've hung out with, Merrick and I were talking about this morning. We've had very strange, weird lives. And, you know, he was raised, I guess you want to say affluent, but we're not affluent now. And some people think we're affluent in our community because of the way we talk, the way we dress. Somebody said that I dressed like a rich person trying to look poor. And I'm like, what the fuck? So perception matters a lot. But and something else I want to bring up. I used to live in Nashville. I don't live far from Nashville now, but I used to live in Nashville, and I went, and I dated this guy who worked at the Opryland Hotel. And he said every now and then you get a really super rich billionaire there, and they have no concept of money. They just, especially kids who are born into that, they don't have any concept of money. You also see this in the server, like celebrities and rich people used to come to Nashville all the time. It's not, celebrities are just, they're just people too. Everybody shits. And but you know, he would say that he would help a guest of the hotel, and they would just hand him $500. Like, they just didn't even have any concept of money at all. I mean, it was not out of the realm of possibility for a waitress in a Nashville restaurant to get $1,000 tip. It was just like, these people don't really, they're like aliens. They don't know. Like, I went to this pool party once because these gay guys were moving out of the house, and they were moving to LA, and they had like a saltwater pool, and it was a gorgeous house. And so it was like a big party, and they were cleaning out they didn't want to move food, or they didn't want to move the liquor. They didn't want to move it. They just wanted to buy all new stuff. And so the party was them just, you know, just emptying their liquor reserves and their food reserves. And it was like, it was a huge party. I can't imagine what it would be like, but it went on for a couple days. But it was just, here, would you like this? Would you like that? Just giving stuff away. There's just no concept of that stuff. I love rich people. I also love poor people. Hey, bitches, I love all people. Even the mean Democrats. I probably love y'all most of all because y'all seem to need the most love. And I even love Whitney Webb because I used to be afraid of that stuff that she would talk about because everybody else was talking about it. But it turns out the more I listen to her, I'm like, why am I afraid of this? Why am I afraid of this at all? Huh. So Peter Thiel is a gay guy who is rich and conservative. And he also had a really hot boyfriend. And, but he died. And this was from the Daily Mail, Peter Thiel's Instagram model boyfriend plunged to his death weeks after witnessing messy showdown between the billionaire mogul and his husband when he crashed couple's New Year's bash. I'm going to say it was drugs. Why? Because I'm a former addict. Whenever you have hot gay guys, there's probably drugs or alcohol. Usually. I mean, hot gay guys and drugs go together like peanut butter. And that's something people don't want to talk about. Hot gay guys have a lot of sex. They do a lot of drugs. And they go to sex parties and they do GHB and all that stuff. You may not hear this from... This may not just be publicly known. But there are some sober gay guys. Not many, though. I would say that's another rare thing about me. There's not many sober gay guys. And that's like my husband and I feel very blessed to know each other because there are not many sober gay guys. And yeah, there's an age disparity as well. And when people say, oh, you married your husband because he was 22 years younger than you. And I'm like, no, have you met gay guys my age? Many of them are bitter, alcoholic, tired old queens, resentful, full of grievances, Democrats. They're not fun people to be around. They hate their lives. They're not fun. They're usually hanging out at a gay bar or going on Grindr and saying, anybody looking for a daddy? So I married my husband because he's my husband. We're a perfect match. And he just happens to be 22 years younger than me. But gay people are also really rare. There's not a whole lot of gay people out there. Very rare. And so, if a gay man finds love and wants to get married, let them. Just let people be. But, Peter Thiel did have a boyfriend on the side. And this guy had a lot of problems as well, which they don't really talk about all that much. But yeah, he fell and he died. And that's why I don't want to live in a high rise, because I'm always afraid of falling. I'm afraid of falling off of a thing. But a lot of times people who are rich have weird things happen around them. Normal ass people have weird things happen around them. Poor people just don't get articles written about it. I was friends with somebody and he died under mysterious circumstances. And people said they wanted me to be responsible for that, but he was in a whole other state and we called each other boyfriends, but we weren't really boyfriends. But it turns out he was a heroin addict. I didn't know that. The only reason he moved in with me was because I had broken my back and I had pain pills. And he basically came to help me with my back, but he was really after those pain pills. Nobody talks about that. I was wondering, why are my pain pills disappearing? Because he was taking them. All right. So, yes, he did have a hot boyfriend. And, but look at what some of these people say in here. This is good advice to really think twice before being love bombed with people with enormous wealth and letting them in your life. It's not the enormous wealth. It's the love bombing. Wealthy people will love bomb you. They will do that. And they usually want something from you. If they're doing that, they really want something from you. And, the last wealthy person that I led into my life this way, when I figured out what they were doing, I'm like, I don't fucking walk away. It doesn't even matter to me. And he supports politicians that actively destroy gay rights. Who's doing that? You can't just there's no politician actively destroying gay rights right now. This is what I'm talking about with this TDS shit. Also, he is such a hypocrite. Once he destroys America, he plans to use his brand new New Zealand citizenship and build a bunker there. Yeah, because y'all are fucking crazy. Y'all are fucking crazy. You're calling him the Antichrist. You're saying he's evil and all that. So I'd build a bunker too. Shit. When I had a fucking crazy mob after me a few years ago, I was like, man, I wish I could just diss a fucking beer. Y'all are crazy. So, and people call him a monster and evil and all this stuff. And then it comes at that. I am a gay man. Okay. There are no politicians actively working to destroy gay rights. There aren't. Maybe some fringe little bitches somewhere. People who care, but gay people are really rare. Gay people are not even that big of a deal. Why does it bother them so much? Why? Get out of my bedroom. Get out of my pants. It doesn't matter. And a lot of times these things are political. These things are elevated and inflated so that they can get more donations for their campaign runs. And did you know that if you want to make a lot of money, just run for office? It's kind of a get rich quick scheme. That's why so many people run for office, because you can make a lot of money that way. And you can also then write books about it. And you can do a lot of other things. So if you want to get rich really quick, run for public office. There you go. See, we don't have to say, people say, Patrick, I don't know. Anybody can get rich if they want to. You just got to know how to play the game. And it looks like Peter Thiel played the game. And don't be mad at him because he became super successful, super rich. And here's the thing about businessmen and contracts and all of that stuff. And another thing about Whitney Webb, I don't think she even knows how business works. I am stupid, okay? I am a dumb, retarded person. I'm not that smart, which is even more fucking disturbing that Whitney Webb, I mean, it's like, do you even know how business works? Yes, business people make deals. Yes. Our president right now is a businessman. He's making deals. Why can't people see that? You know, and here's the thing. I'm not a Trump supporter. Trump is our president. I'm going to support the president because what's the point? I supported Joe Biden being our president. I'm going to support whoever the president is because it's insane to do otherwise. Why would it be insane to hate the president? Well, what do you want to work with other people, or do you just want to hate on them? Do you want to try to get along with other people? Because when you try to get along with people, you get more shit done. And so the fear mongering and the insanity are crazy. So I said all of that stuff to let you know that it's a little crazy, the hatred for Peter Thiel. And here's the thing I know. You can be successful if you want. You don't have to be jealous of people. You don't have to be you don't have to, I hate rich people. There are a million ways to get rich. There are a million ways to make money. And it's up to you to remove those money blocks if you really want to be rich. But here's the thing. People think that money is going to solve all their problems. It doesn't. It makes your problems worse. And I know, and I've been around enough rich people to know they have problems too. They're different. They don't have less problems, but they probably have more problems. But if you want to be rich, go right ahead. Have fun with that. But you can't look at the success of other people and hate on the success of other people and expect to be successful yourself. You can't hate successful people. And so I think Whitney Webb doesn't want people to be successful. I don't think she wants America to be successful. Like, she acts like having a defense department is somehow wrong. What do you want? What do you fucking want? Should we not have a military? Should we not have a police force? Should we not have any of those things? What's your solution? Come on. If you want to come up with a software better than Palantir, do it. You could do it with AI. You have the tools now. The AI companies have given you the tools to create anything you fucking want, and all you're doing is fucking complaining about it? Don't be fucking stupid. Take advantage of this time in human history to really make something of your life. Are you going to be a complainer? Complaining about rich people? My God, what a fucking basic ass thing to do. It's so fucking basic. Instead of being afraid of all these things, get in there and make your life happen for yourself. All this shit is a distraction. And in fact, you can stop watching the video now. If you understood what I said right there, you can leave the video now. But for those of you who are going to stick around, we're going to talk about Trump Derangement Syndrome.
Trump Derangement Syndrome, or TDS, is a term used to describe an intense, irrational opposition or obsession with Donald Trump, often to the point where it clouds judgment. The phrase is primarily used by Trump's supporters to mock critics who react strongly to anything related to him, sometimes seeing his influence everywhere, even.
They see it everywhere. Like, there are conversations I've had with people, and he lives rent-free in their heads. Like, and I think it's a convenient excuse. You know, just blame people for the way your life. Blame people for the way your life is. It's easy. It's cheap. It's free. You don't like what's going on in your life? Blame somebody else. It's weird. It's bizarre. It's fucked up. And only losers do that.
When it's unrelated. The term is a play on Bush Derangement Syndrome, which was coined by columnist Charles Krauthammer in 2003 to describe extreme hostility toward George W. Bush. During Trump's presidency, the phrase...
Full disclosure, I had Bush Derangement Syndrome. I did. I hated that man. I hated him. I hated him so much, I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh just to feel that hatred. So I get it completely. I get why people hate Trump. It's easy to hate things when you're told to hate them. And the media back then, they didn't like Bush either. So they said he was against gay rights. Look, gay people are so rare. Nobody cares about gay people. My God.
This was widely used to describe media figures, politicians, and activists.
The only people who care about gay people might be Palestinians who would throw me off of a roof. Palestinians hate gay people.
Whose criticism of Trump seemed excessive or reflexive. Blaming Trump for unrelated events or exaggerating his influence on minor issues. Rejecting policies simply because they were associated with Trump, even if they were previously bipartisan.
You know, there's a joke that Trump could cure cancer, and that liberals would say, here's why cancer is good. It's clownery, isn't it? It's so funny.
Extreme emotional reactions to Trump-related news, such as meltdowns on social media. Detractors argue that TDS is a rhetorical tool used to dismiss legitimate criticism of Trump. Some believe it.
And I would love to hear legitimate criticism of Trump. I do listen to legitimate criticism of Trump. There are many people who have legitimate criticisms of Trump, and I listen to those. I listen to a lot of different stuff, which is weird. I know most people don't do that, but I am Shaman Patrick. I'm not most people. But the legitimate criticisms, I remember that, you know, it came down to stuff like, but he put kids in cages. It was like these boilerplate things that people would regurgitate to me. And I said, I know, I've heard that. Give me something new. And it was always a quote taken out of context. And I'm like, if you have to lie or cherry pick, that's very disingenuous. Give me something new. Give me something that I hadn't heard before. Then they did that whole 17 felony counts. Everybody knows that was wrong. I mean, people are not stupid. And the reason people go along with it is because they wanted Kamala to win. And now Kamala didn't win. And now there's punishment again. Like, I am so tired of being lied to. Let me put it this way. People piss down my back about this shit and then tell me that it's rain. And we have to stop this. We have to tell people, like, here, I at first, when people were coming at me with all this stuff, I didn't know how to respond or react because I want to have rational, logical conversations with people. I mean, I'm from the coffee house days. We would go to coffee houses in the 90s and just debate and talk about things. But this shit just shuts down that debate. I mean, you can't deal with somebody coming at y'all fists and elbows and going, Trump is bad. Why is he bad? And then they say something that's just kind of made up. And I didn't know how to deal with it. But you got to shut it down when people start lying to you. And it's taken me a few years to figure out how to do that. And nowadays, if somebody just says something crazy, I'm like, I've heard that before. Can you give me something new? And they usually don't, because it's all made up anyway, especially the stuff like, and this is not something that you can find this out on your own. You can go look and see how they have mischaracterized the things that he has said. The media mischaracterizes everything everybody says. So when you're repeating stuff that you heard on the news, I want you to hear from the people and what they said. If Whitney Webb was not so damn disingenuous, if she would talk about the whole quote, like like things that people say when they're joking around, she's like, yeah, and they said this, yeah, and CIA. Who the fuck cares?
It oversimplifies opposition to Trump by portraying it as irrational rather than policy-based. Regardless of perspective, TDS has become a meme, a political insult, and a cultural shorthand for the deep divisions Trump inspired. Some even joke that there are two types of TDS, one for those who hate Trump irrationally, and one for those who worship him blindly. Don't forget to subscribe.
And I know some people who worship him blindly, and I think it's cute. I mean, I think it's cute. I don't see anything wrong with it. But most of the people that I know don't worship a president blindly. You're not supposed to like your president. And that's an emotional thing, because you're not supposed to necessarily like your coworkers either. You're just supposed to exist. You're just kind of supposed to exist in a state of non-judgment. And really having think about this. Until social media, people really didn't share their opinions about stuff all that much. Most people didn't even have an opinion about stuff. But I think social media has led a lot of people to feel like they have to have an opinion on stuff, when really you don't have to have an opinion on certain things. Hey, you could even say, I don't care if Peter Thiel is the Antichrist. What has it got to do with me? But I think some of the fear mongering about it is manipulative. I think that sometimes people forcing you to have an opinion on something, they need you to have an opinion on something for whatever reason. What if all the fear mongering about Peter Thiel and Palantir was coming from a competing company? Like, I used to work for Marlboro, and Nintendo. I used to be a brand ambassador, and I know enough about market. Actually, I know a lot. I used to work in the marketing department of a software company. My God, I've had such a weird life. Okay, so a good marketing campaign for a competitor of Palantir would be this, fear-mongering about it. Hey, guess what? What if AI wasn't even that powerful? What if it couldn't do all that much stuff? I think a lot of people who are fear-mongering about it don't know how business works or software works, or they've never built anything. They're not very creative. They have no critical thinking skills at all. But I think the fear mongering is easier in a post-COVID world. I think because it was wild how many people just did what they were told. The same people who say, you can't tell me what to do, they sure as fuck put on a mask, didn't they? You can't tell me what to do. Jab, jab, jab. It's so very strange. It's almost like a spiritual thing, like a a sort of a, like a Wetiko or a mind virus. Definitely something supernatural is going on. So yeah, I don't really trust people who are really emotional about stuff. I'm like, let's dial it down. Like, cause I'm a man. I know I'm gay, but I'm pretty masculine now. And I mean, I've been working on defeminizing myself. And here's the thing about masculine and feminine. Men are different than women, but men can co-opt feminine behaviors as a last resort. I'm going to interview somebody. She's really good about this. She really explains the difference between so a woman can co-opt masculine behaviors as a last resort. It's not normal. It's not natural. It's not good. So, but what a woman can give to a man can't get except from a woman. And I'm a gay man. I might have access to some feminine things that maybe a straight man might not have access to. But I love, like a man can romantically love another man in a way that a woman can't. See, gay people are rare, but gay people can have a perspective that you're not necessarily going to get. I love gay male photographers because they photograph the male body in a way that a woman necessarily wouldn't. Have you thought about that? Because I was a photographer in the mid 2000s. Not going to get into that, but people said, why don't you take pictures of women? Why do you just take pictures of men? And I'm like, because when I take pictures of women, it looks crazy. It looked crazy. Because I don't think women are attractive. I'm not sexually attracted. I think women can be pretty, but I'm not looking at women in the way that a straight man would. And so when I would take pictures of one, I didn't know, like to me, they just look kind of crazy and weird. Like I was holding them hostage. But I love men's bodies. I think men's bodies are beautiful. I think men are beautiful. And so I'm going to photograph men in a different way than maybe a straight woman would. Because gay men have different perspectives than this feels really remedial. Like this stuff like this used to be just common knowledge. It just used to be common sense. But when I'm saying this stuff, I'm like, this could be controversial. This could be, men and women are different. Red is red and blue is blue. Governments exist, countries exist, companies exist, businessmen exist. Companies need software to run their business. It all seems so fucking remedial. And I guess maybe it is. Maybe we need a de-education. Maybe we need to retard max it a little bit, because you can get too high in your head about all this stuff. You can get too high-minded about it. Let's just get stupid. Let's get dumb about it. But TDS, but you can actually recover from TDS. Let's hear from a journalist now about how she was able to overcome her TDS. See, I got a lot of stuff for you guys. Isn't this fun? Journalist. Okay, this is Barry Weiss. Regardless of how you feel about Barry Weiss, let's just hear her story.
When Trump won in 2016, you were at the Wall Street Journal and you were sobbing at your desk. Has your view of him evolved since then?
I'm the first to admit that I was a sufferer of what conservatives at the time would have called TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. And I was alarmed and really nervous about everything I was reading, and especially, and this hasn't changed, about his character. There were two things I think that I didn't know in that moment when I was crying at my desk. One would be the sort of overzealous, out of touch, hysterical reaction to him that calls itself democratic, that calls itself progressive, but is actually extraordinarily authoritarian and totalitarian in its impulses. The other thing that I didn't...
That's the thing. The people who are most scared of Trump They want you to be scared of Trump too. And usually it's just cockamamie emotional shit. And it doesn't make any sense, but it's very authoritarian. Like, if you do not believe the way that they believe, they will shoot you. Like, for real. For real. They'll fucking kill you if you don't believe. That's authoritarianism. That's fascism. That's communism. That's Marx. That's not American at all. These people are like, what's going to happen to America if Trump? I don't know. We might return to freedom, a focus on American innovation, and bring some sanity back. I remember when Biden ran on decency. Decency is on the ballot. And I'm like, I've seen images from the Hunter Biden laptop. Y'all are the most indecent people I've ever met. It's all fucking crazy.
Didn't see was that Trump was going to do a lot of policies that I agreed with. The economy was better. And look, the argument that the country would unravel and democracy would die in darkness and Trump would be this authoritarian, Hitlerian power, it was impossible to make that argument in the run-up to this election only because Americans had lived through 4 years of him and things didn't fall apart. The sign of an open mind and the sign of a thinking person is a person that's able to sort of take on new information and adjust your priors and adjust your view.
And okay, so I just picked something randomly, but I've met a couple of people who realized that they had TDS. I was at this pool party recently, and I talked to this girl. Hey, it's not that. Don't think if y'all are thinking that it was like a Peter Thiel pool party, it wasn't. It was a pool party at an apartment complex. If y'all think that all gay pool parties are like this, it's well, it kind of is, but not for me anymore. I've left my party twink ways. But she was asking me questions about, like, she was having this awakening. So, but I think people were told to hate Trump. And I think it was part of a political campaign to get Hillary elected. The same thing with all the girl boss movies. I think that everybody thought that Hillary would be elected, and Hollywood had all these movies lined up, ready to go, all these books. They had all this stuff. And if Trump were to win, it'd have to, like, that's probably why movies have sucked for the past 10 years, because nobody really knows what's going to happen. They don't know what the culture is going to be like. But I do think that they artificially made, like, and you should be pissed about that. You should be pissed that you got manipulated by political forces. I mean, I would be if I were manipulated into carrying water for a political party. I would be mad about that. I would be pissed that I got used in that way to prop up a political candidate. And, Hillary is not a great person. Nobody really wanted Hillary to be president, except maybe some women who thought that having a woman in the White House means something. I don't care about the gender of somebody, but I do want my country that I live in to be led by people who want America to succeed. It'd be crazy to think otherwise. It would be crazy to think otherwise. Why wouldn't you want to have a really good defense department? So at the gym this morning, I was on the rowing machine and I was just looking at all the news on the screen and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, everybody here right now, everybody who is in America right now is here because of our military and the choices that were made years ago. We're here now. We enjoy a lot of stuff because of the military, and that people have died so that we can have some of the things that we enjoy here. And I think those people who hate America right now, y'all have never been through really tough times. Y'all haven't had to fight for anything. And, the reason that people loved America in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and maybe even is that the military was We knew that soldiers and people had given up their lives so that we could enjoy the freedoms that we have today. It wasn't cheap. It wasn't free. It wasn't easy. We get to enjoy that ease today because of that. Yeah, a lot changed after the September 11th attacks, and then they started pushing through Patriot Acts and all this. But see, I remember when in 2003, I believe it was 2003 or around that time, when they sent troops to Afghanistan. I remember working for this media company, and I knew there was some fuckery around that, like weapons of mass destruction. I knew there was some fuckery around that. And then I remember when they were sending, like, why are we going to Afghanistan? What? This doesn't make any sense. And this office manager, she turned to me and said, we're going to get them. We're going to get them. I go, get who? The people that did this to us. And I'm like, that's not what's going on. I mean, there were people who were aware. Like, some people are so easily brainwashed and programmed and fooled. And so you want me to listen to these people who are so easily fooled? We pay attention to people who are so easily brainwashed and fooled? And I'm not talking about, but like anybody who believes the shit that's on the news just wholeheartedly, I can't trust them. I can't even really trust people who just got injected. Like, sure, sign me up. I don't really trust people like that who can't think for themselves. I don't trust people who have TDS. I don't. That's my right. That's my right. But see, I trust God. I trust God completely. But really think about it. When you're paying attention to people who are just repeating shit, they can't. And that's the thing about this Whitney Webb stuff. They're just repeating stuff. All this fear mongering comes from one person who has TDS and is probably jealous of Peter Thiel being a gay conservative who can get really hot men and enjoy his life. I mean, good for him. Good for him. Like, but if you project bad onto people, it reveals more about what you're doing. Oh, is Peter Thiel up to anything? Well, later in this video, we're going to sit through a whole fucking podcast with Peter Thiel and somebody else so we can hear him. So, because these bitches like Whitney, they take this shit out of context. You got to fact check this shit. You have to listen to it. You have to dial it down. You have to dial down the emotion on it. So we're going to do that. But in this next segment, this is really crazy. In the next segment, we're going to find out what the Antichrist is. So when people say Peter Thiel is the Antichrist, do you even fucking know what that is? This ain't a movie. This ain't The Omen. This ain't The Exorcist. This is real fucking life. And why are you even worried about the Antichrist? Since when are people worried about this shit at all? Like, are you a Christian? Why all of a sudden? Where is the rationality in all of this? What the fuck? You had Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon talking about the Antichrist. The Antichrist. Woo! What does that fucking even mean? Do you even know what that means? I mean, let's explore that. But before we do that, I want you to know that Jeff Thomas was more than just Peter Thiel's boyfriend. He was a model. He was really handsome, and it's sad. It's sad, dead at 35. And stuff happens to people. People are people. But how did Peter Thiel feel about this? It's when people die, it's sad. I mean, all my friends have died, and both of my parents are dead, and he was a really handsome guy. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the humanity of it. That there was an investigation, and I get the sense that it might be due to drugs and alcohol. A lot of things are. A lot of drunk driving, a lot of accidents. Just a lot of things are due to drugs. And drugs are a huge problem. They are. But I don't think I need to tell you that. Okay, so for this next video, we're going to go to a YouTube channel called The Door. And I really love this guy. He is really fervent in his belief, and he talks about what we all are here for. We want to know what the Antichrist is. It's gonna get biblical up in this shit. He quotes from the Bible, and I think that's what we need now. We need a biblical perspective. There were many videos that I could have chosen, but I chose this one because, you know, Whitney Webb is unhinged. You might want to say that this guy's a little unhinged. So already we've established that the fear mongering about Peter Thiel is coming largely from Whitney Webb, which is weird. And here we have this other form of fear mongering, which is about the Antichrist. So let's hear from somebody who knows about the Antichrist.
We're going to talk about the Antichrist again. There's a lot of discussion today. People are freaking out, actually, over it. Now,
You don't say. You don't say.
I'm not looking for the Antichrist. I'm not looking for him at all because I'm going to be leaving here before he shows up. But I am amazed. I've got to admit, I've been around 77 years now, and I've been anticipating the second coming of Christ pretty much my whole life.
And there's a lot of people out there who believe that the rapture is going to come. They're going to ascend body and all up into heaven. And they believe that. I've worked with people. When I tell you about my last job, this is something that we dealt with on a daily basis, usually after the morning meeting. You know, well, the rapture could happen today. This could all be over in a moment. So, you know, Jesus is coming back, honey. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Jesus is coming soon. You don't got to worry about that at all. Many people feel that way.
And some of the things that I thought would take place after the rapture are already taking place, like the digital currency that's going to be instituted.
Now, you and Whitney have this in common, the fear of a digital currency. You know, and I'm not saying that your fears are not unfounded, because with a digital currency, they can also decide what you buy with your digital currency. So if you're scared of a digital currency, many people already use somewhat of a digital currency. But the digital currency that they're talking about is if they get regulations for it, they'll be able to decide how much meat you buy or how much, for the environment. It's all for the environment, y'all. That's it. Like, they want to control you because of the environment. That's what they say. So, you know, you won't be able to buy certain things with your digital currency. And I think that's a valid fear. In America, people can do whatever they want with their own money, unless you're an authoritarian. Then they want to dictate what you buy with your money. You know, kind of like how the electric car thing was such a big deal a few years ago. You know, everybody on an electric car. Well, they can shut that electric car off at any time if they want. And so a lot of these decisions are made by corporations to increase profit. A lot of these control mechanisms are really just about controlling what you buy. It's kind of like, the vaccine being down to a few manufacturers, government contracts, and all of that stuff. So yeah, the digital currency stuff is kind of concerning, but at the same time, you know, a new financial system is coming. It's going to have to come, and I know there are really great minds working on a fair currency that is not going to be able to be used for fraud. Another fear of a digital currency is that you won't be able to do as much fraud and fuckery with a digital currency. And that's kind of scary to people who do a lot of fuckery.
Ready for it. In the next 2 or 3 years, you will be using digital currency. In 5 years from now, there probably won't be any money. you'll have to have a number to buy or sell. Now, I do not believe at all that that is the Antichrist number. It won't be his until he comes along and puts his 666 on it and puts his name and his number. And so for that reason, we're going to talk about the Antichrist so that you won't prematurely freak out. All right? So the would-be...
I like the others. Don't freak out. And I love this font choice. I think this font is called Cowboy something. But this font was really overused in the mid 2000s. And the man that designed this font, I think his name was Edward Recleaf, if I remember correctly. I used some of his fonts. I stayed away from this one because it's ugly and overused and looks like an Evanescence album font. But you know, this choice of font is but I understand I could see why he used it, because it looks a lot like little devil tails and stuff. But I love the fact that he's like, calm down. Calm down. I love people who calm people down.
Christ is what Antichrist is. Now, this is Revelation 13, and we're right in the middle of a subject here. There's two personalities going to show up. One is Antichrist, and one is a religious leader, head of the Christian church. Now, I don't know what that Christian church will look like at that time. It could be the Roman Catholic Church. It's more likely Roman and Catholic and Protestant put together, with the Roman Catholic leading the charge. Now,
I was raised Catholic, and I could see the Roman Catholic Church wanting to stay in control. Like, I can see them wanting to keep that shit going. I can definitely see that. If there is I took my husband to a Catholic church, and he was like, this looks creepy and crazy and weird. I'm like, I know, it does.
Book, the Antichrist, you'll read in Revelation about that, and you'll see the evidence for it being the Roman Catholic Church. All right, here we are in verse 3. And I saw one of his...
But also you would expect a Protestant church to say that as well. You know, there's like all this infighting in Christian. It's not just one doctrine or one belief. I mean, there's Christian cults. There's Catholics. I dated a seminary student in Chicago, and I went to this banquet, and it was like, I didn't know that it was a sect that was breaking away from the Catholic Church. And so I was at this banquet, and there were these bishops, and they were talking about how, you know, I sent a letter and it went straight to Rome. It was just a bunch of tired old queens who were starting their own thing. I mean, it was such a crazy thing. And I'm there, and I'm going through my shamanic initiation. I'm like, why am I here? Why am I here at this banquet? I also met some Franciscan monks, and man, nothing is what it seems, y'all. It's not.
Heads. This is a beast that comes up out of the sea with 7 heads, wounded to death. So one of the beasts, one of the nations, the leaders, has a wound. And all the world wondered after the beast, and they worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. So here's the second personality, called a dragon.
So, I'm going to read this stuff a little bit. So the dragon might be the ego, I would say, because usually the dragon is the ego. And the spirits are just telling me some stuff, because the ego would give power unto the beast.
And he's a religious leader. A lot of other scripture I could show you. And they worship the beast.
And what kind of beast are we talking about here? Because I know some men who are beasts, and they are muscular. They are fine. They are fine. So when they talk about the beast, are we talking about, like, that could be a lot of different things. That's not the focus of this video. Thank you.
Saying, who is like unto the beast, who's able to make war with him? So this is cryptid, but apparently
Cryptid.
the
I
Antichrist
think you meant cryptic, because a cryptid is like a Loch Ness monster.
is going to be head of a nation. And the nation is going to appear to be destroyed, but out of it he's going to make war and rise up and be victorious. And he himself is going to suffer a wound to his right eye and his right arm, which will become paralyzed. We'll see that here in the scripture as we go on. So,
Okay, so for Peter to already, we're getting some evidence. So for Peter Thiel to be the Antichrist, he's going to have to be shot in the eye, and he's going to have a left arm that is like he's not going to be able to use an arm. Okay, thank you.
you're not going. You think somebody's Antichrist when you see the guy with his right eye out and his right arm messed up, paralyzed on one side, incapacitated maybe in his speech, who has to have a computer-generated image speak for him.
Now, I can see, because in the Whitney Webb video, I talked that a lot of these tech people and business owners, their speech is limited by lawyers. So they are speech impaired to a degree.
You're probably looking at the Antichrist then. And there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. So for 3.5 years during the latter part of the tribulation, the Antichrist is going to be in control. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. Why?
So Peter Thiel does not blaspheme God. He believes in God. So, and you know what? I kind of would like somebody who is high level. I mean, I think it would be great if all billionaires believed in God, having the fear of God in them. I would like that. I haven't heard anything blasphemous come out of Peter Thiel's mouth.
Is the Antichrist taking his time to blaspheme those that dwell in heaven because they had recently been on earth. They've been raptured out, and it burns him up.
That's something you don't hear every day. They've been raptured out.
I mean, imagine all the Christians suddenly disappear. It's going to be a lot of right-wingers going up. Not all of them for sure, but a lot of them.
Now, you think that I don't know about the rapture? I know a lot about the rapture. I do. I know a lot about it.
It's going to be a lot of what they call the far right, going to be gone in paradise, in pleasure, in joy, in heaven. But not.
So y'all are mad at people who are going to just go to heaven. And this far right thing and this far left thing and all that. I think there's just hateful people and non-hateful people. And I'm not even, that's crazy. Far right and far left, division, separations, all that kind of stuff.
Not all of them. And so all over the world,
Not
you're
all
going to
of
see
them.
people disappear. And the Antichrist is going to reach up to heaven, blaspheme God, and blaspheme those he's raptured out. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints. Now, saints is a term used in the Old Testament for Jews as well as New Testament for Christians. And so there will be people left on the earth. The Jewish people who do not trust Jesus Christ will be left on the earth after the rapture of the church. And to overcome them, and power was given unto him over all kindreds and tongues and nations, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. So people all over the world are going to be induced, not all will do it, but induced, commanded, constrained to worship the image of the beast, to worship him just like you worship God. Zechariah 11, here it is.
I'm getting a phone call. Oh, I accidentally hung up on my husband. Oh God, I'm a terrible person. I'm a terrible person. I'm just awful. I'm awful.
Hey.
Hey, honey, I'm recording that video about Peter Thiel being the Antichrist. I saw you snuck off to work without saying goodbye to me.
I thought you were in a meeting.
I was, but thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt.
That's fine. That's fine. But I love you.
I love you.
But let me go get, hey, do you think Peter Thiel is the Antichrist?
No.
No. That's the end of the video, y'all.
All
No.
right.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now imagine if somebody heard that I hung up on my husband. It was an accident. It was an accident.
And the Lord said unto me, Take unto thee yet the instruments of a foolish shepherd. For lo, I will raise up a shepherd in the land, which shall not visit those that be cut off, neither shall seek the young one, nor heal that is broken, nor feed the stranger still, but he shall eat the flesh of the fat, and tear their claws in pieces. Woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock! The sword shall be upon his arm, and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened.
Maybe he gets punched in the eye, because that could be a darkened eye. And his arm shall be clean dried up. I mean, I could have a clean and dry arm. Actually, that reminds me. My arms are a little dry right now. Thank you. Thank you. See, I'm getting inspiration from scripture. I am. I'm just sitting here with dry arms and feeling discomfort. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See, I follow scripture sometimes.
So there's going to be a foolish shepherd in Israel. And he's going to be known.
Whoa. I don't know if we can talk bad about Israel, honey. I don't know about this. So I'm just going to let you say it. Okay?
By a number of things, 96 things, which I list in this book.
96
but
things?
One of those is he's going to have a right eye that doesn't function at all, clean, dried up arm. So it's just going to get shriveled up. It's going to look really bad.
But how do you know that from that script? Clean, dried up. I mean, you could say, well, that pond is clean, dried up. That pond used to be there. That pond was clean, dried up. It could mean just a clean, dried up arm. Okay.
And he is going to have an image made to him and demand worship, because he came up as it was from the dead, and rose up to become prominent and head over 10 nations are going to join. Now, we can't go.
Well, I mean, I died and came back to life as a shaman. Could I be the Antichrist? If I led 10 nations, what kind of nations are we talking about? Are these states? Are they like, there's a lot here that's not being said. Like, I mean, but I mean, what is it?
And all that, but I just wanted to communicate that main point there, that the Antichrist is going to have this bum arm and bum eye when he does show up. Okay, that'll be all.
So that's all we need to worry about, essentially, is this bum eye and bum arm. This bum eye and bum arm. I need some more information, because I know some of you are going to say, well, if Peter Thiel loses his arm and his eye, he could just pay to have that replaced with like a robotic arm and a robotic eye. I know how sick y'all are. So, and I know how you guys are just not going to take what I say or what another, but let's still get another opinion of what the Antichrist is.
The Bible prophesies that a sinister figure will emerge as the end times approach. This evil being will become known as the Antichrist. He will be the ultimate opponent of Jesus Christ when he finally reappears. The Antichrist is the son of Satan.
Is that scripture? I don't think that's scripture. This doesn't seem scriptural.
Christ, he will come into the world from the womb of a woman. This half-man, half-demon being will disguise himself among other men, awaiting.
That doesn't seem, I'm not going to finish this one. This doesn't seem scriptural. This doesn't seem scriptural. Let me see if I can find something else that's more realistic. Here, this is from Impact Video Ministries. Let's go.
During the end times, there's a figure known as the Antichrist who will rule the final world government. Some people think certain politicians, religious figures, or economic leaders could possibly be the Antichrist. And while it could be entertaining speculating on who the Antichrist might be, I feel like many Christians throw around the word Antichrist without actually understanding who he is and what he'll do.
Honey, it's not the Christians. A lot of people are doing it. They're all throwing out like, Peter Thiel is the Antichrist.
So in this video, we're going to cover 10 facts about the Antichrist so that people can be more informed on what the Bible actually says about him.
It's a fact-based presentation, okay? These are facts. So Peter Thiel has to adhere to all of these facts to be the Antichrist, okay?
So fact number 1, the Antichrist is of a spirit that rejects Jesus.
Well, already Peter Thiel believes in Jesus, so I believe in Jesus. So there we go.
1 John chapter 4, verses 2 to 3. By this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that...
I hope this music is not copywritten, because this is going to be problematic for me. Maybe not. I don't care.
Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that does not confess that Jesus has come in the flesh is not of God. And this is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you have heard was coming and is now already in the world. In this passage,
all right, there we go.
John explains to Christians that those who reject the fact that Jesus came as a human being are of the spirit of the Antichrist.
Okay, so I believe Jesus was a human being.
The reason why John says this is because there was a group of people at this time who were spreading lies about who Jesus actually was. And then John says that these people who did...
Honey, they're still doing that. They're still doing that. I mean, I've gone to some Baptist churches.
Denied the fact that Jesus was 100% God and 100% human are of the spirit of the Antichrist. It's also important to note that the word Antichrist means...
How can you be 100% God and 100% man?
Adversary, or...
Because, I mean, you can't have more than 100%. But you can get more than 100%, but like nothing can be more than what it is. But we're splitting hairs here.
Or opponent of the Messiah. Or in other words, an Antichrist is someone who is against Jesus and opposes him. You see, there are many truths about Jesus. He is the King of Kings, the Judge of the world, and God incarnate. And any...
What kind of Jesus are we talking about? This isn't the Jesus that I know. Jesus is the judge of the world? Like Jesus, he was... I don't know about this. This is kind of dodgy too. I thought this was fact-based.
Anyone who opposes Jesus and tries to strip Jesus of who he actually is of the spirit of Antichrist. And we see more of this in 1 John chapter 2.
So it's a real, like, you got to be all in on Jesus being the judge of the world. But I don't know about that. I don't know. That kind of goes against who I know Jesus to be, what I've always known Jesus to be. Where does that come from? Hmm. 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 I'm reading. I was also raised Catholic, so the Father judges no one, but has entrusted all judgment to the Son. Oh, so we're fine. Oh, we're fine. That's what that means. Yeah, okay. So what it means is Jesus died for our sins. And so everybody's good, essentially. Like Jesus already did that. So there, it's a little perverted. It is a little perverted, but and overly simplistic. But these are facts, yo. But that's weird. That's weird. I don't remember that I don't remember that. But also, I never got into some of the crazier evangelical stuff either. I know evangelicals. They're a little loopy and authoritarian and
Verse 22. Who is a liar but he who denies that Jesus is the Christ? He is Antichrist, who denies the Father and the Son. So simply put, people who reject Jesus for who he actually is, as seen in Scripture, is of the spirit of the Antichrist, because in their rejection, they are opposing Jesus.
Jesus Christ. I want to be retarded about this. This seems like if you don't believe what I say, then if you don't adhere to exactly what I need you to do, this is what's going on. This is like some sort of narcissistic bargain that you get into. Shit. I might need to go to an Al-Anon meeting after this.
And this leads us to the next fact about the Antichrist. So, fact number 2, the Antichrist is one of many. 1 John chapter 2, verse 18. Little children, it is the last hour, and as you have heard that the Antichrist is coming, even now many Antichrists have come, by which we know that it is the last hour. In this passage, John talks about...
So there's been many Antichrists before. Here's the thing. The people that believe this think that this is the absolute fucking truth about this. Okay? And they also believe these are the last days. They utterly, fervently believe that these are the last days. And like, I bought an office chair at Office Max, and there was this Christian there. And so I bought this office chair, and he's been taught, he tried to get me to cure my homosexuality or whatever. So I bought this office chair, and I'm there, and he said, these are the last days. I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah. They are the last days. And he said, the rapture is going to happen. These are fucking conversations that we have in our community. Okay. They talk about the rapture. These are conversations that Christian people have all the time. And it sounds completely normal to them. Okay. And he was talking about, that these are the last days. It's going to happen at any moment. And they're like, you're probably right. It could happen at any moment. Because I'm not a confrontational person. I'm not trying to get into arguments with people. And he said, so do you want a 3-year warranty on your chair? And I said, but you just said that these are the last days. That the rapture is coming soon. Why would I need a 3-year warranty on this office chair? And he's like, you're right. And I didn't get the warranty. He didn't push it anymore. But he also never talked to me again when I went into Office Max. Funny how that works.
How it's the last hour, and how things are coming to a close regarding all of humanity. And John tells believers that the Antichrist is coming, future tense, and that many Antichrists have already come, past tense. So here we see the distinction between there being one special and specific figure that will be the Antichrist, and how there were already multiple antichrists that the early church probably came into contact with. So please note that while there will be tons of people that will oppose Jesus, there will be one specific person that will rise above them all.
Look at this. Look. It's special and specific. So there's already been a lot of different antichrists. Well, who are they?
And you'll see why in fact number 3. The Antichrist will be empowered by Satan himself. 2 Thessalonians.
I've met Satan. Yeah. Every time I've met Satan, I watched him get taken away in handcuffs.
Chapter 2.
And he said he was Satan too. Satan came to me and told me to stop being a shaman. Said, put away your oracle decks and your oracle cards, and I will give you drugs. I will give you money if you stop doing what you're doing, Patrick. And yeah, Satan really doesn't like me doing what I'm doing. I can tell you that.
8 to 10. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders, and with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth that they might be saved. In this passage, Paul tells the church of Thessalonica that this lawless and wicked one will be revealed and that he'll be destroyed at Jesus' coming. And we believe this lawless one to be the Antichrist because we see a powerful leader get destroyed by Jesus in Revelation chapter 19. So really quick, I want you to look at Revelation.
Seems really violent, Jesus. This seems really violent. You know, I know this, that I used to set these Christians' teeth on edge because I knew about the Bible. I knew Bible, like I didn't know Bible quotes by heart because that was a long time ago. But, you know, many people who have never been spiritual in their life, you know, they come in contact with this stuff and they're like, yes, yeah, because they get the community, they get saved, they get a lot of love. Because they believe that you have to be saved so that you can go to heaven. And they fervently believe this, that they have to save people, And I've already been baptized, and they didn't accept my baptism. They go, oh, you were baptized in the Catholic Church. You haven't been saved. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that when I got baptized, I was baptized. But they would just tell me that what I thought didn't really matter, that my experiences before didn't matter. This is the real stuff. This is the real stuff. And that feels a little gaslighty to me. But I remember getting baptized. Well, I didn't remember it because I was a baby, but I saw pictures of me being baptized. I'm pretty sure I got baptized. But man, it would set their teeth on edge because I wasn't just gonna just buy this shit. I wasn't gonna just buy it. And it set their teeth on edge. It would make them so nervous because I had lived lots of different places. I had gone to lots of different churches. I mean, I'd been to hell and come back. Oh, they hated my story of how I met Jesus and how Jesus showed me my sins and he helped me forgive myself for my sins. See, that's the problem. Like I was judging myself and Jesus was like, you don't have to judge yourself. You didn't do anything wrong. You're a child of God, Patrick. I love you. You're loved. God loves you. Christians fucking hate that shit. They hate it.
Chapter 13, verse 2, which reads, Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard. His feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority. Now please
the ego. I'm going to read that as the ego for sure.
Note that the dragon in this passage is symbolic of the devil, and this beast is one who receives his power, his position, and his authority by the devil himself. So many Christians see this beast in Revelation and the lawless one in 1 Thessalonians to be the same person, because both people will be directly influenced by Satan in a powerful way. And what I find interesting is that in Matthew chapter 4, when Jesus gets tempted in the wilderness, Satan offers Jesus the kingdoms of the world and all their glory, and Jesus rejects him. So it would seem that Satan may actually make the same offer to another individual, because from what we see in this lawless one, he will be given extraordinary power. And you'll soon see the kind of authority he'll have in fact number 4. The Antichrist will rule the world for 3.5 years. Revelation chapter 13, verse
about the same time as a presidential term. That's interesting.
Verses 7 and 5. And authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. And he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was given authority to continue for 42 months. So
blasphemy is if you speak out against the church, or if you say that this is kind of cockamamie. And so it's easy to blaspheme. Like I've been around Christians so long that I'm thinking to myself, they're probably going to think I'm blaspheming. They're probably going to think I'm a heretic. I'm a blasphemer. You can't say one negative thing about this at all. You cannot have any questions. You cannot have any opinions. Otherwise, you're a blasphemer. It's so convenient, isn't it? Because you're just supposed to be told what to do, and you're supposed to do it. Because they already know, like, globalism, all that shit, ruling over the whole world, all that kind of stuff. So I could see, like, on the surface why somebody might think Peter Thiel is the Antichrist. But does Peter Thiel even want to do what he's doing? He looks kind of miserable to me. We're going to see that in that interview.
Looked at in the latter half of verse 7 in Revelation 13 is the fact that the beast of the sea, also seen as the Antichrist, will rule over every person and nation. And this is something that we haven't seen before in human history, where a single man rules the entire world and every nation in it. But despite how impressive that might look, he will only be able to rule for 42 months or 3.5 years. And many Christians believe that these 3.5 years will take place during the latter half of the 7-year tribulation. So what will he do during his rule? We see a small part of that in fact number 5. The Antichrist will stand in Israel's temple.
Y'all can't be talking shit about Israel up in here. You know what happens to people who talk shit about Israel. Don't do it.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. In this passage, Jesus' disciples ask Jesus what will happen before he comes back at the end of the age. And Jesus tells them that during that time, there will be this abomination of desolation standing in the holy place. So something interesting here is a prophecy that has yet to be fulfilled, and it's this abomination of desolation standing in the holy place. So for those of you who don't know, the holy place is a section of Israel's temple, and back when there was a temple, it had a section called the holy place, and then there was another section called the Holy of Holies, and in that was the Ark of the Covenant. So here in the holy place is where this
I feel like I'm going into psychosis. This is a little crazy.
abomination of desolation will be standing. And just so you know, Israel's temple was destroyed by the Roman Empire 70 AD, and it hasn't stood since. So currently, in the year 2024, there's no place for anyone to stand. And what I also find so fascinating is that when I visited Israel back in 2018, Israel was making preparations to rebuild their temple. I was sitting in on a presentation for Israel's future temple, and I learned that Israel has the needed materials for the building, as well as the sacrifices and the things needed for the priests. The only thing...
What? Material sacrifices, priests. Sacrifices? What year is this? We're doing sacrifices?
They don't have is the permission to build it yet. So as I sat there, I was just thinking how crazy it is that we're getting closer to the time where
I think they built, I saw on X that they built it and that they've done sacrifices. I'm being kind of flippant here, but
the abomination of desolation will have a place to stand. And going back to this title of abomination of desolation, one of the reasons why we believe him to be the Antichrist is because in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3-4, we see the lawless one that we talked about in fact number 3, setting himself up in God's temple. So since both stand in the temple during the time of Christ's coming, we see the abomination of desolation in Matthew 24 and the lawless one in 1 Thessalonians as being the same person.
I didn't know I was going to have to take a class about this. I like the other guy's answer. He's going to have a bum eye and a bum arm.
The one known as the
Everything's got to be so fucking complicated these days.
Antichrist. So why would the Antichrist want to be in Israel's temple? We see why in fact number 6. The Antichrist will exalt himself and will act as God. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3 to 4. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. In this passage, Paul tells the church of Thessalonica what to expect from the Antichrist. And we see here that he'll oppose God and will make himself higher than everything that is worshipped. So he won't just exalt himself higher than the God of the Bible, he'll position himself above every deity from every other religion in the world. So
Jesus. I mean, that's pretty damn specific. So he's going to be higher than all the Hindu gods. So Ganesha, I'm sorry. Shiva, I'm sorry. Odin, nope. So there's other gods? But I thought the gods were fake. That there was only one true God. So there was those other gods were real?
in his eyes, there is no God other than himself. And that's not all.
That's how the Christian God feels. Wait a minute. Is the Christian God the Antichrist?
Look at fact number 7. The Antichrist will oppose God and all that God is. Revelation chapter 13, verse 6. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. In this passage, we see the beast of the sea, or the Antichrist, blaspheme.
But all of this is from a book, the Bible. And this is an interpretation of scripture, right? Okay. I just want to make that clear because these are facts, but they're Bible facts. And Bible fact, and I know that a lot of Christians view the Bible as the Word of God, as the Word of God. You're not supposed to have direct contact with God. It's very convenient for the power structures of the church, I know, but they're just doing what they can. That's why, one of the reasons why they told me to shut up in Catholic school, because I said, if God is all powerful, why do you need donations? Why can't God, why do you need this? Why do you need that? If God is all powerful, why do you need all that? I asked a lot of questions too. They eventually told me to shut up. Quit asking questions.
Insult and speak great evil against God. And he'll speak evil about God's name, his tabernacle, also known as the temple, and those that dwell in heaven. So this Antichrist will not be someone who is kind to people of religion. Instead, he'll establish himself as the one that ought to be worshipped. And he'll insult God and stand in God's temple and essentially tell people, there is no God. There's only me. And for those of you who think that a guy like this will be rejected by people and be repelled by his arrogance and pride, you're wrong. Look at fact number 8. The Antichrist will be worshipped. Revelation.
Well, most people hate Peter Thiel, so though they hate the idea of, or who he is, so that you could check this fact off.
Chapter 13, verse 8. All who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. In this passage, John tells us more about the Antichrist, and we see here that everyone on earth that is not a true follower of Jesus will worship the Antichrist, meaning that they'll bow in submission to him. And because he'll position himself higher than God and all other things that are worshipped, the Antichrist will be the one that is celebrated, respected, and honored above all the religions of the world. And if there's any refusal to worship the Antichrist, there will be dire consequences, as seen in fact number 9. The Antichrist will defeat Christians. Revelation chapter 13, verse 7. It was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. In this passage, we see that the beast of the sea was allowed to fight against the saints, or God.
Hold on, I gotta pee. When nature calls, I tend to want to address that. And I also made myself a cup of tea because we're going to get into the meat of the matter here soon, which is that whole ass podcast with Peter Thiel. That's what we're here for. And so you do have to you have to do a lot of homework when you listen to fear-mongering stuff. And I was talking to my husband this morning about this, that, fear-mongering sells. And if I wanted to fear-monger, I would have already taken off by now. But I don't. I calm people down. And I don't want to make money by fear-mongering people. So the tea that I'm having today is constant comment, because I'm commenting a lot.
People and to win against them. And we see this in greater depth throughout Revelation chapter 13. And the beast of the sea, or the Antichrist, will work with the beast of the earth, or the false prophet, and they'll work together to get the world to bow in submission to them. And the false prophet will try to force everyone to get a mark on their right hand or on their forehead in order to control them. And we know this to be the mark of the beast. And we cover.
So what is Ash Wednesday? Because in Catholicism, you would get the mark on your forehead. It's weird, isn't it?
The mark of the beast in one of our previous videos, and you could click the link in the description below to see
I'm not watching.
But short summary, during the rule of the Antichrist, which will occur during the tribulation, the mark of the beast will be distributed to people, and those who refuse to worship the beast and receive his mark will be given the death penalty, which is believed to be death by beheading.
So that sounds like communist. That sounds like a communist takeover. To me, that sounds like communism.
Not only will the Antichrist come against God, he will fiercely come against God's people and he'll succeed in killing them, because as seen in Revelation 13 verse 7, he will overcome them and have victory over them. However, while the Antichrist may have that victory, at the end of it all, he'll lose. And we see this in fact number 10. The Antichrist.
So why do we need to worry about it?
Will be defeated by Jesus. Revelation chapter 19 verse 20. Then the beast was captured, and with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he deceived those who received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped his image. These two were cast alive into the lake of fire, burning with brimstone. In this passage, John tells the ultimate fate of the Antichrist, and he'll be captured and thrown alive into the lake of fire by Jesus himself. I know many times we depict Jesus as being full of love, kindness, and forgiveness, and it's important to note that while Jesus is love, he is also just. And he won't let the man who killed...
Yeah, Jesus also didn't tolerate a whole lot of bullshit either. So, Jesus is love and kindness and forgiveness, but the main thing is showing love and kindness and forgiveness to yourself and not tolerating bullshit. I mean, that's a big lesson I had to learn, because I was raised by narcissistic alcoholics, and I tolerate a lot of bullshit from those people.
His people go unpunished. In fact, John chapter 5 verse 22 tells us that Jesus is the judge of the world. And during Jesus' second coming, he will put down the Antichrist. He will silence his voice, and he will bring justice to the one responsible for killing millions of people. All right?
So if they're going to be gone, if the Christians are going to be raptured out, why does any of it matter to them at all? And if Jesus is going to put the Antichrist down, why does it matter? Because if it's all going to be okay, why does it matter? Is this more for the people who are going to be left here? I mean, a lot of, if you believe that if Peter Thiel is the Antichrist, a lot of it hinges on your belief of this stuff too. Do you believe this stuff? I mean, I don't necessarily believe it. I think a lot of it is people whipping themselves up. I mean, I've spent time with Christians, and this is the way they see the world. They do see the world in this way, that the rapture is coming. Evangelicals especially. Catholics, not so much. And then again, of all of the Christians I've ever hung out with in my life, this is pick and choose. Like, some people don't even Christians are not all that Christian, if you know what I mean. Like, it's just, like my in-laws are Jewish, and they're Jewish. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't, it's not even that. The religious people are not even all that religious. I mean, there's some people out there that are all up in this shit, but for the most part, people are just like, sure, I just want my Netflix. I just want my coffee. But people treat their religion when it's convenient for them, for the most part.
Fun topic. So for those of you who are interested about who the Antichrist is, while you may not know who he is exactly, there are still facts that you can learn regarding who he is and what he'll do. So be mindful of these 10 facts. The Antichrist is of a spirit that rejects Jesus. The Antichrist is one of many. The Antichrist will be empowered by Satan himself. The Antichrist will rule the world for 3.5 years. The Antichrist will stand in Israel's temple. The Antichrist will exalt himself and will act as God. The Antichrist will oppose God and all that God is. The Antichrist will be worshipped. The Antichrist will defeat Christians. And the Antichrist will be defeated by Jesus. To close, let me tell you a quick story. Growing up, I used to play a lot of football. And when I was in middle school, there was a guy who was known as the #1 guy in football. He was quick, strong, and no matter who the team captains were, he was always the first to get picked if he was playing. In fact, both his parents were Olympic athletes. Anyways, whenever I was picked and I found myself on that guy's team, there was a huge relief. And for 2 reasons. 1, because I didn't have to cover him, and 2, because winning was gonna be easier. So when it comes to the end time,
So I think that's why people like Palantir software and the technological tools that it gives them to succeed. I mean, anybody can understand that, right?
and the Antichrist, if you find yourself fearful or worried at all, I want you to stop and remember who's on your team. You have
Yes.
Jesus, the King of Kings, who is all powerful and the defender of the weak. So while the other side may have the Antichrist on their side, you can rest knowing that his reign will only last for 3.5 years,
Yeah.
while Jesus will reign for an eternity. So there's no comparison. So moving forward, may we all witness to as many people as we can so that they can win too. And should you wonder why Jesus wants to be on your team? It's because Jesus loves you.
Jesus does love you. He does. And that pisses Christians off too, because, you know, I have a personal relationship with Jesus. I love Jesus. I love Jesus so very much. You know, I love A Course in Miracles, and A Course in Miracles was written by Jesus. It's kind of, the Course in Miracles kind of illustrates some of the things that the Bible gets wrong. Maybe that's where I'm picking that up from, Jesus as the judge of the world. Maybe that's where I'm picking that up. All right. Well, now it's time to hear from the man himself. And I came to all of this because some people watching this channel were like, Patrick is using AI. AI is bad. AI is very bad. And I'm like, AI is just a tool. Like, it's a tool. And, you know, moral panics. Let's talk about moral panics. There have been moral panics about everything. There were moral panics about COVID. Moral panics. But see, I've always been kind of the guy. I've always been kind of a forward-thinking, prescient guy. I always have. And I probably would have been really, really successful in many areas of my life if I hadn't been a drug addict and an alcoholic. So I've always been kind of a trend setter, trend follow. I mean, I was always like on the cutting edge and very prescient. And, you know, that has to be due to, being raised by narcissists. Cause you gotta think 3 or 4 steps ahead of these fucking people. And so I saw AI as a tool. And when other people, artists and other people were talking shit about it, I'm like, do you not see the potential in this? Like, this might be the first time in human history that artists were not like excited. I know artists today who are like, AI, yes, let's see what we can create with this. And I, you know, I think maybe people just don't know about it, because I remember like a year ago, I was talking about AI and some people in the comments were like, AI is soulless. AI is very bad. I'm like, have you used AI? Oh no, I'm not going to touch something like that. Maybe this comes from Gigi Young. Maybe it comes from somebody, but an awakened person is not going to be afraid of much. They're not going to be afraid of much. I'm afraid of stepping on a Lego or stubbing my toe or getting kicked in the nuts. Those types of things. But doom and gloom, and an awakened person is just not going to be afraid of much. But I know spiritual people are still in that process of awakening. So, whether or not Peter Thiel is the Antichrist or not, doesn't really matter to an awakened person. If a pond clean dries up, it's not going to matter too much to an awakened person. I mean, it's just not. And I know some people want me to be very afraid, but this is all from the perspective of a shaman. You see, I'm not intimidated by Peter Thiel. I'm not jealous of him. In fact, he looks a little lonely, because it's got to be lonely when you're a billionaire. It's got to be really lonely. And he's obviously a visionary. And what I know, especially after doing that video on Whitney Webb, Peter Thiel has shareholders, he has attorneys, lawyers looking at, and he could say one wrong thing and cost people millions of dollars. And so he's very careful with his words. He's very careful with the things he says. And do you understand what that's like? I saw an interview with MIA. MIA married into a very rich family. She has to be careful with what she says, because if you say the wrong thing, it could cost people their jobs, their livelihoods. You guys don't know what it's like for people who have a lot of power. And, and maybe Peter didn't really ask for this power. Maybe he just wanted to do something. And I know some people might have some nefarious intentions. I'm not going to say that. But what if it was just business, man? Just business and politics. What if it was TDS? Because I do know that the gay conservatives that I know and I follow on X, they get a lot of shit. They get hated on. They get called names. So it's difficult for a gay person to have conservative political beliefs. People feel cheated by that. People feel like it's a traitor. But can you take the emotion out of it? I mean, the podcast that we're going to hear is from somebody. I've already seen this whole podcast, but I might have different insights than I had before. So when I'm showing you this podcast, I want you to try to see Peter as a human, because people are just people. And when somebody says he's evil, they said Peter Thiel is an anagram for the reptile. That's midwit. Like, let's dial it down and let's just listen to it, because at this point, I don't think he's the Antichrist, but sure, we'll go. Let's listen to him at least. And some people would say, I'm not going to listen to a man like Peter Thiel, but there's a lot of reasons to hate him. He's rich. He's gay. I mean, but has anybody's life been made better by any of the technology that any of these tech bros created? Did anything that Mark Zuckerberg did it benefit you? Did it help your business? Did it help your family? Sometimes people sound so fucking ungrateful, because it's hard work to build a business and a company. And I don't think that if you've ever done that, you won't respect this kind of shit. You just won't. And I mean, my history with the tech industry goes back to 2001, 2002, going to this interactive conference at South by Southwest, sitting next to Ev Williams, the co-founder of Twitter. I wonder if he remembers me. I was wearing fake eyelashes and a gorilla fur coat. I was a little faggy fabulous back then. But he might. I flirted with him a lot. Ev Williams was really cute back then, but he's a billionaire now. But I wonder if he remembers me. That might be something cool.
Is Silicon Valley recklessly ambitious? What should we fear more, Armageddon or stagnation? Why is one of the world's most successful investors worrying about the Antichrist? My guest today is the co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, and an early investor in the political careers of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Peter Thiel is the original...
So what? People talk about this a lot, like it's something. Investor in the political career. Listen to the language of it. Can't you just donate to a political... Lots of people donate to political candidates. They do. But it's only a problem when they donate to Trump. Have you noticed that?
Tech-right power player, well known for funding a range of conservative and simply contrarian ideas.
Conservative people exist, y'all. They have their own desires and needs and wants. Conservatives are people too. And this is crazy how the dehumanization of conservative values and beliefs. Hey, this country exists right now because of conservative values and beliefs. You want conservatives here. You also want an alternate view. You want beliefs and opinions to be challenged. Anything other than that is authoritarian.
But we're going to talk about his own ideas, because despite the slight handicap of being a billionaire, there's a good case that he's the most influential right-wing intellectual of the last 20 years.
Why does it matter if he's right-wing or not? Why does that even fucking matter? We're all Americans, motherfucker. Like, quit with this shit. Quit with this shit. Could we please quit with this shit? Oh, God. And it's the New York Times. So this is what we got. All right.
Peter Thiel, welcome to...
And the New York Times used to be a very well-respected newspaper. I mean, back in my day, listen to how old I sound. Back in my day, the New York Times was the paper of record. It was very, but man, it's just propaganda slop.
Interesting times.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. So I want to start by taking you back in time about 13 or 14 years. You wrote an essay for National Review, the conservative magazine, called The End of the Future. And basically the argument in that essay was that the dynamic, fast-paced, ever-changing modern world was just not nearly as dynamic as people thought. And that actually we entered a period of technological stagnation, that sort of digital life was a breakthrough, but not as big a breakthrough as people had hoped, and that sort of the world was kind of stuck, basically.
Yes. And I agree with that because, you know, the internet came out and then smartphones came out, and then it was like, what next? I was thinking this, you know, many people thought that VR would be the next thing, but what do we got now? Fucking DoorDash, bad dating apps. It is kind of boring and played. It's been like that for a while. Like, I'm ready for something new.
And you weren't the only person to make arguments like this, but it had a special potency coming from you because you were a Silicon Valley insider who had gotten rich in the digital revolution. So I'm curious, in 2025, right, do you think that diagnosis still holds?
Yes, I still broadly believe in the stagnation thesis. It was never an absolute thesis. So the claim was not that we were absolutely completely stuck. It was in some ways a claim about that the velocity had slowed. It wasn't, zero, but that we were, I don't know, from 1750 to 1970, 200 plus years, were periods of accelerating change, where we're moving faster. The ships were faster, the railroads were faster, the cars were faster, the planes were faster. It culminates in the Concorde and the Apollo missions, and then that in all sorts of dimensions, things had slowed. There was, I always made an exception for the world of bits. So we had, computers and software and internet and mobile internet. And then, the last 10, 15 years, you had crypto and the AI revolution, which I think is in some sense pretty big. But the question is it enough to really get out of this generalized sense of stagnation? And
I want to interrupt him here, because I think people think AI is bigger than what it is. I think there's a lot of hype, maybe too much hype around it. And I think that the fear is that, this is the sense that I get, is that there are some people who are in power that don't want their industry disrupted, because it's a very disruptive thing, AI. It's very disruptive. And the power structures don't want that to be disrupted. And you can't blame them for that. I mean, AI could disrupt every industry. And I think that's why they want so many regulations. But on the other side of it, you have the AI innovators that want to give the power to the people. And that's very disturbing for those people who are in power.
And there's an epistemological question you can start with on the Back to the Future essays. How do we even know whether we're in stagnation or acceleration? Because one of the features of latent modernity is that people are hyper specialized, and so can you say that we're not making progress in physics unless you've devoted half your life to studying string theory? Or what about quantum computers? Or what about cancer research and biotech, and the sort of all these verticals? And then how much does progress in cancer count versus string theory? And so you have to give weightings to all these things. So it's in theory, it's an extremely difficult question to get a handle of, because the fact that it's so hard to answer, that we have ever narrower groups of guardians guarding themselves, is itself cause for skepticism. And so yes, I think broadly we're in this world that's still pretty stuck. It's not absolutely stuck.
Yeah, you mentioned Back to the Future, and we just showed our kids the original Back to the Future, the first one with Michael J. Fox, and of course,
it was like 1955 to 1985,
right.
30 years back, and then the Back to Future 2 was, I think, 1985 to 2015, which is now a decade in the past, and that's where you had flying cars. And the 2015 future is wildly divergent from
the 2015 future did have Biff Tannen as a Donald Trump-like figure in.
You think you're so fucking cute, don't you? You think, why, my God, you got the TDS. Can we get a journalist that doesn't have the TDS? Can we just get an unbiased journalist, please? Come on. Is it too much to ask? Do you have to go there, dude? Okay. Like, I wonder, they didn't show Peter's face, but it's really hard. These people are fucking insufferable.
In some kind of power, so it had some kind of prescience. But yeah, the big noticeable thing is just how different the built environment looks. And so one of the strongest cases for stagnation that I've heard is that, yeah, if you put someone in a time machine from various points.
And I think Peter is kind of to not call that out. I would have called that out. I would have said, hold up, wait a minute, honey. Like, could you just interview me about what you want to interview me about? We're not here to listen to what you think, Ross. We want to hear from Peter. I want to hear from Peter.
They would recognize themselves to be in a completely different world if they left 1860
or 1890 to 1970. If you live, those are the 80 years of your lifetime,
right.
Something like that.
But the world, just to my kids.
Spirits told me this is a podcast, Patrick. Calm down. Okay. Message received. Thank you.
Even, as children of 2025, looking at 1985, it's like the cars were a little different and no one has phones, but the world seems fairly similar. So that's a kind of non-statistical, but
that's
I think
the common sense.
That's
intuition.
a common sense understanding. But are there what would convince you that we were living through a period of takeoff? Is it just economic growth? Is it productivity growth? What are there numbers for stagnation versus dynamism that you look at?
Sure, it would be the economic number would just be how what are your living standards compared to your parents? If you're a 30-year-old millennial, or how are you doing versus when your boomer parents were 30 years old? How did they do at the time? There are intellectual questions. How much, how many breakthroughs are we having? How do we quantify these things? What are the returns of going into research? There certainly are diminishing returns to going into science or going into academia generally. And then maybe this is why so much of it feels like this sociopathic Malthusian kind of an institution, because you have to throw more and more and more at something to get the same returns. And at some point, people give up and the thing collapses.
Well, right. Yeah. So let's pick up on that. Why should we want growth and dynamism?
Oh my God.
Because as you've pointed out in some of your arguments on the subject, right, there is a kind of cultural change that happens in the Western world in the 1970s, around the time you think things slow down, start to stagnate, where people become very anxious about the costs of growth, the environmental costs above all.
Yes.
And the idea being, you end up with a widely shared perspective that we're sort of rich enough, and if we try too hard to get that much richer, the planet won't be able to support us. We'll have, degradation of various kinds, and we should be content with where we are. So what's wrong with that argument?
Well, I think there are deep reasons the stagnation happened. So, there are always three questions you ask about history. What actually happened? And there's a question you get to, what should be done about it? But there's also this intermediate question, why did it happen? People ran out of ideas. I think to some extent, the institutions degraded and became risk averse, and sort of these cultural transformations we can describe. But then I think to some extent also people had some very legitimate worries about the future, where if we continue to have accelerating progress, were you accelerating towards environmental apocalypse or nuclear apocalypse or things like that? But I think, if we don't find a way,
and that's a good valid concern, because there used to be a lot of nuclear power plants, and then a couple of them melted down, and I'm just remembering here, these may not be facts, but nuclear power is like the cleanest, most efficient power, and all of that kind of got shut down because they didn't want the environmental impacts of a nuclear meltdown. And I'm just saying that here. I might be wrong about that, but there were environmental concerns about growth. And then companies did become risk averse because, well, they just did.
Way back to the future, I do think the society, I don't know, it unravels. It doesn't work. The way the middle class, I would define the middle class as the people who expect their kids to do better than themselves. And when that expectation collapses, we no longer have a middle class society. And
unless your parents are narcissistic. If you have narcissistic parents, which a lot of parents are, you don't want your kids doing better than you. You're going to sabotage your kids. So maybe there's a rise in narcissism as well.
Maybe there's some way you can have a feudal society.
And I think narcissism did rise in the 60s and 70s and 80s, because that's when people were marketed to more and told that they matter more, and like an extreme form of individualism,
in which things are always static and stuck. Or maybe there's some way you can shift to some radically different society, but it's not the way the Western world, it's not the way the United States has functioned for the first 200 years of its existence.
So you think that ordinary people won't accept stagnation in the end.
It's
that they will rebel and sort of pull things down around them in the course of that rebellion.
They may rebel, or our institutions don't work. All of our institutions are predicated on growth.
And a lot of institutions are not working right now. And I want to talk about mental health. All of them aren't working. I'm trying to think. All of them. Everything seems kind of broken. And it looks like the only things that really are working are technology companies and things of that nature. And starting to make some connections here.
Right. Our budgets are certainly predicated on growth.
Yeah. Yes. If you say, Reagan and Obama, Reagan was sort of consumer capitalism, which is oxymoronic. It was, you borrow, you don't save money as a capitalist, you borrow money. And Obama was low tax socialism, just as oxymoronic as, the consumerist capitalism of Reagan. And I like low tax socialism way better than high tax socialism, but I worry that it's not sustainable. At some point, the taxes go up or the socialism ends. So it's deeply, deeply unstable, and that's why people they're not optimistic. They don't think we've hit some stable, the Greta future. Maybe it can work.
This
but
is
we're
the
not
Greta
yet there.
Thunberg. Just to be clear, that's a reference to Greta Thunberg, the activist best known for anti-climate change protests, who, to you, I would say, represents a kind of symbol of a anti-growth, effectively authoritarian, environmentalist-dominated future.
Sure, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It'd be like a very, very different society if you really
actually lived in a kind of
and climate change is very authoritarian, and like you would get carbon credits, and you wouldn't be able to drive certain places, and all of that. But the climate change science is very dodgy, and it seems more to me, and this is just my opinion, that it's more corporately interested than everything must have a charge, subscription fees, that kind of thing. And the control is based on getting more money. It's really just about money at the end of it. Because if people really cared about the environment, they would work on China. China does more China is the most polluting place. Like China's pollution is out of control. If they really cared that much about the environment, they would shut that shit down. So I don't get the sense that it's just about the environment. I think it's a convenient excuse for other things. That's the sense that I get. I'm not saying it's true, but it just so happens that a lot of these climate initiatives tend to enrich people. It's strange how that works out.
Growth, small Scandinavian villages.
I'm not sure it would be North Korea, but it would be super oppressive.
Yeah.
One thing that's always struck me is that when you have this sense of stagnation, a sense of decadence.
The one thing that this evangelical taught me about climate and stuff like that, she said, the world's not supposed to last forever. I've never forgot that. And human beings we're not going to be here forever either. Isn't that strange to think that this is not the end stage of evolution, that after we die, there's more, it's going to be more and more and more consciousness, more universe, more stuff. Isn't that wild to think about?
Right, to use a word that I like to use for it in a society. You then also have people who end up being kind of eager for a crisis, right? Eager for a moment to come along where they can radically redirect society from the path it's on. Because I tend to think that in rich societies, you hit a certain level of wealth, people become very comfortable, they become risk averse, and it's just hard. It's hard to get out of decadence into something new without a crisis. So the original example for me was after September 11th. There was this whole mentality among foreign policy conservatives that we had been decadent and stagnant, and now is our time to, wake up and launch a new crusade and remake the world. And obviously that ended very badly. But something similar.
But it was Bush 43 just told people to go shopping right away.
So it wasn't anti-decadent enough.
For the most.
Yeah, I remember this. I thought it was so fucking strange. Like after the September 11th attacks, Bush said to go shopping. Like even though oh God, it was so fucking weird during that time. And it was very strange. Like, okay, even though go shopping. Don't be afraid to go shopping, because people were scared of terrorist attacks. Like, I remember on the day that it happened, and I actually did I had a webcam site at that time, and people didn't have like access to stuff the way they do now. And so I turned my webcam onto the TV as it was reporting things, and people were at work. They didn't really know what was going on. And I was in the chat room telling people what was going on. We thought the world was ending on that day. It was very traumatic for a lot of people. And then a couple days later, here comes Bush. Y'all just go shopping. Just go shopping. And that was so fucking weird. It's still weird to think about.
So there was some neocon foreign policy enclave in which people were LARPing as a way to get out of decadence. But the dominant thing was Bush 43 people telling people just to go shopping.
So what risks should you be willing to take to escape decadence? It does seem like there's a danger here where the people who want to be anti-decadent have to take on a lot of risk. They have to say, look, you've got this nice, stable, comfortable society, but guess what?
I'm going to give you the definition of decadence. Decadence refers to a decline, decay, or deterioration, often in a moral or societal sense, or excessive self-indulgence and pleasure. It can also describe the decadent movement, a 19th century artist. Well, that's not it. The most literal meaning of decadence is a falling from a higher state of excellence, vitality, or prosperity. This can apply to societies, individuals, or even something as simple as a food becoming stale. It can also mean excessive self-indulgence. So like a decadent dessert. It's a tendency to give in to desire for comfort and pleasure, sometimes to a destructive degree. Yes, we live in very decadent times. How do we get out of that?
We'd like to have a war or a crisis or a total reorganization of government and so on. They have to lean into danger, right?
Well, I don't know if I have to answer. I don't know if I have to give you a precise answer, but my directional answer is a lot more.
Yeah.
We should take a lot more risk. We should be doing a lot more. And I don't know, I can go through all these different verticals. It's, if we look at biotech, something like dementia, Alzheimer's, we've made zero progress in 40 to 50 years. People are completely stuck on beta amyloids. It's obviously not working. It's just some kind of a stupid racket where the people.
And this is crazy, because I think, and I know that the AI tech bros have talked about this, the ability of AI to actually help create new medications and new ways. What if AI could solve energy? Like AI could help solve so many of these trouble spots. And it seems very counterintuitive to not at least want to ask somebody who has a loved one with Alzheimer's. Wouldn't you want there to be some fucking progress on that? I mean, being gay, there has been a lot of progress on HIV. People don't die from HIV anymore. HIV is not even a thing anymore. Now they have PrEP and all that stuff. Like, nobody has to die from AIDS anymore, which is weird, because when I was in the 80s and the 90s, that was a real fear, even up into the 2000s. But the drugs got really good in 2011, 2012, and nobody has to die from it anymore. And actually, Trump was a president that said, let's end HIV in 10 years. And so, for some of us gay guys, we were like, Trump is really doing things to help our community. And that's just what we're saying. I don't have TDS. I can see that the man has done some good things. And I don't necessarily have to like him. I can see that.
People are just reinforcing themselves. And so, yes, we need to take way more risk in that department.
Well, I want to ask, to keep us in the concrete, I want to stay with that example for a minute and ask, okay, what does that mean, saying we need to take more risks in anti-aging research? Does it mean that the FDA has to step back and say anyone who has a new treatment for Alzheimer's can, go ahead and sell it on the open market? Like, what is risk in the medical space look like?
Yeah, you would take a lot more risk. If you have some fatal disease, there probably are a lot more risks you can take. There are a lot more risks the researchers can take. Culturally, what I imagine it looks like is
like if you have a disease that you're gonna die from, wouldn't you undergo risky treatment? Well, I mean, I don't care if I die or not, but let's say if you do care that you're gonna die, so wouldn't you undergo a risky treatment? I think a lot of people would.
This early modernity where people, they thought we would cure diseases. They thought we would have radical life extension. Immortality was part of the project of early modernity. It was Francis Bacon, Condorcet. It was, and maybe it was anti-Christian. Maybe it was downstream of Christianity.
And because it's more profitable to keep sick people alive. I know, I get it. It's more profitable that way. Curing diseases is not the goal with medicine and medical stuff. Curing disease is not. That's Rockefeller medicine, but it's more profitable to keep sick people sick. And I think, the thing that needs to change is let's bring back the value of human life. Let's bring back that people really matter. Let's bring that back. Come on. I mean, when they invented Crisco, that was kind of the end of it. Like when they said, ooh, we can take this toxic sludge that looks like animal fat and we can make more money than if we actually used animal fat. Did you know that they could bring back beef tallow in a big way? They throw beef tallow away in favor of this chemical sludge. Did you know that beef tallow, they throw it away. They don't know beef tallow is expensive because not many people want it anymore in favor of this chemical sludge. That's one of those, like, bring that, like, people matter. The health of people matter. The food quality matters. People matter. I think if we make that clear, then making decisions not on how much profit we can get, but also profit and people. People, I think, used to matter a little bit more than they do today.
It was competitive. If Christianity promised you a physical resurrection, science was not going to succeed unless it promised you the exact same thing. But I don't know. I remember 1999, 2000, when we were running PayPal. One of my co-founders, Luke Nosek, he was into Alcor and cryonics, and people should freeze themselves. And we had one day where we took the whole company to a freezing party. A Tupperware party. People sell Tupperware policies at a freezing party.
They sell their. Was it just your heads? What was going to be frozen?
You could get a full body or just a head.
The head was cheaper.
It was disturbing when the dot matrix printer didn't quite work, and so the freezing policies couldn't be printed out. But
I remember dot matrix printers. Y'all don't realize what it was like back then. Like I got a laser printer, a black and white laser printer in my home in 2001. And that was like, oh, wow. I bought it at Sam's Club. It was stupid. But I got a laser printer over here right now, full color laser printer. It costs $150. man, y'all don't remember how it was back then.
In retrospect, this was still
technological stagnation once again, right?
But it was, but it's also a symptom of the decline, because in 1999, this was not a mainstream view, but there was still a fringe boomer view where they still believed they could live forever. And that was the last generation. And so I'm always anti-boomer, but maybe there's something we've lost even in this fringe boomer narcissism, where there were at least a few boomers who still...
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Because I notice a lot of narcissism in boomers, because, you know, they were like, you take people, like my mother was raised very poor. And then she's thrust into this era of prosperity. Like people from my mother's generation, it was largely farmers and coal miners, especially in this where I live. And, you know, all of a sudden there's a shopping mall and there's all this prosperity. And it did give rise to this narcissism. Thank you for saying that.
You know, believe science would cure all their diseases. No one who's a millennial believes that anymore.
I think there are some people who believe in a different kind of immortality, though. Right now, I think part of the fascination with AI is connected to a specific vision of transcending limits. And I'm going to ask you about that after I ask you about politics, because one of the striking things I thought about your original argument on stagnation, which was mostly about technology and the economy, was that it could be applied to a pretty wide range of things. And at the time you were writing that essay, you were interested in seasteading, this ideas of essentially building new polities independent of the sclerotic Western world. But then you made a pivot in the 2010s. So you were, you know, one of the few prominent, maybe the only.
I think, you know, and they talk about these like cities and 15-minute cities and stuff like that. You have no idea how much regulation costs innovation. And if you think that regulation, it's just like if you take away regulations, it's going to be the wild, wild west. No, every business person hates this regulation. Like it prevents small businesses from being competitive. It's like regulation is just, oh, and but it's not that people are trying to be dangerous or out of control. But if you really want to innovate and if you really want to bring something, regulations can often hamper innovation. And at a time when America is in kind of a precarious state, you know, these regulations can hamper growth and innovation. They really can. And so I think, you know, when he was talking about those cities and seasteading and all of that kind of stuff, it was to get out of the chokehold that some of these regulations had. It wasn't necessarily to build prisons or anything like that. You know, they're building cities in Saudi Arabia right now, these sort of self-contained cities that are efficient and high tech and all of that stuff. So I'm not going to prescribe anything bad to that kind of stuff. People are free to live where they want. But I think he wanted to build cities on the sea. Again, I could be wrong about this, but I have done a little bit of research in that.
A prominent Silicon Valley supporter of Donald Trump. In 2016, you supported a few sort of carefully selected Republican Senate candidates. One of them is now the Vice President of the United States. And my view as an observer of what you were doing was that you were basically being a kind of venture capitalist for politics, right? You were saying, here are some disruptive agents who might change the political status quo, and it's worth a certain kind of risk here. Is that how you thought about that?
There were all sorts of levels. I mean, one level was these hopes that we could redirect the Titanic from the iceberg was heading to, or whatever the metaphor is, you know.
And many people saw America in decline. Many people saw that. And here you have Trump, who's a businessman who wanted to return America to a sort of solvency. And I can see why people would want that. I mean, I love America. I didn't like what America was becoming. I didn't like it under Obama. I didn't. And I voted for Obama. I didn't like that shit at all. I thought voting for Obama was like voting for an end to racism. I really thought, well, we've got a black president now. Racism is over. And bam, they brought that shit back like it didn't even happen. Like it didn't even happen. I think Michelle Obama is running around complaining about still being black. Why would you complain about being black? Why don't you love yourself, honey? Love who you are. Nobody hates you for your skin color. If they hate you for your skin color, don't pay attention to them. My God, it seems so simple.
Really change courses of society
through political
maybe
change.
a much narrower aspiration was that we could maybe at least have a conversation about this. When someone like Trump said, "Make America Great Again," okay, is that a positive, optimistic, ambitious agenda, or is it merely, a very pessimistic assessment of where we are, that we are no longer a great country? And I didn't have great expectations about what Trump would do in a positive way, but I thought,
well, because China was kicking our ass. China was kicking America's ass. And that's primarily because a lot of manufacturing moved from America to China. Like some business people sold America out. And I remember this big campaign at Walmart where it was in the mid 80s. They had this big campaign, Made in America, Made in America, Made in America. And it was such an effective campaign. But little did we know that they were already in the process of moving a lot of manufacturing over to China. And so for years, people thought that if they bought at Walmart, they were buying American made. This used to be a big thing in our country, like buy American made. And it was so indelible that my father was buying things from Walmart, and he's like, it's American made. It's American made. And I'm like, it ain't been American. This is a ship from China. Whereas today, almost everything Americans buy is from China. And Trump was wanting to move manufacturing back to the United States. And I feel that's why so many elites hated him so much, because it's much easier and cheaper to have things made in China. And a lot of that shit is slave labor. Do you know if you buy peeled garlic that it is peeled by Chinese prisoners? Did you know that? I was like, well, as soon as you know it, you can't really buy it anymore. And it showed, there's a documentary on Netflix about it. It's about garlic. And they ruined their fingers peeling this fucking garlic. So the next time you eat peeled garlic, your Chinese prisoners have peeled that garlic. I'll peel my own garlic. Thank you. Thank you.
At least for the first time in 100 years, we had a Republican who was not giving us this syrupy Bush nonsense. And that was not the same as progress, but we could at least have a conversation. In retrospect, this was a preposterous fantasy. I had these two thoughts, in 2016, and you often have these ideas that are just below the level of your sort of consciousness. But the two thoughts I had that I wasn't able to combine was, number one, nobody would be mad at me for supporting Trump if he lost, and number two, I thought he had a 50-50 chance of winning. And then I had this implicit.
Why would nobody be mad at you if he lost?
It would just be such a weird thing, and it wouldn't really matter.
Okay.
But then I thought, he had more. I thought he had a 50-50 chance because the problems were deep and the stagnation was frustrating. And then the fantasy I had was, if he won, we could have this conversation. And the reality was, people weren't ready for it. And then, maybe we've progressed to the point where we can have this conversation at this point in 2025. But I
think, Peter, that's a little idealistic. The TDS is bad. the TDS is so bad, you know, and the more research I've done on all of this, you know, like, you can't even have a conversation with somebody with TDS. And I think that's a little bit by design. Like, you know, I've talked at length about how my friends treated me when they suspected that I was a Trump supporter, how cruel and vicious and hateful they were about the mere hint. Like, we were gonna wear "Make America Great Again" hats as a joke. And my father-in-law said, "Be careful, you'll get, there's crazy people out there. They'll hurt you for that." Can you imagine that? That I think that's a little idealistic. I don't think people are ready to have that conversation. Maybe, you know, after Charlie Kirk got assassinated, maybe people might be ready to have that conversation, but people are still too brainwashed and programmed and all that kind of stuff.
Decade after Trump. And of course, you're not, sort of a zombie left-wing person, Ross, but this is,
I've been called many things, Peter.
I'll take whatever progress I can get.
So from your perspective so let's say there's two layers, right? There's sort of a basic sense of, you know, this society needs disruption. It needs risk. Trump is disruption. Trump is risk. And the second level is Trump is actually willing to say things that are true about American decline, right? Mm-hmm. So do you feel like you, as an investor, as a venture capitalist, got anything out of the first Trump term? Like what did Trump do in his first term?
And this is a little disingenuous because he's equating a political donation as something like venture capital, like you're going to get a return on your investment. And, you know, maybe that is the true thing, that when people donate to political parties, it is like venture capitalism, but it's a little disingenuous as well. Because, yeah, people donate to political candidates because they think they're going to get their interests served. What is so wrong about that? What is wrong about that?
That you felt was anti-decadent or anti-stagnation? If anything, maybe the answer is nothing.
And because back in my day, God, I sound like a boomer. But when the candidate that you wanted lost, you immediately started focusing on the next election, or you had to work with each other, and that all went away when Trump got that all fucking went away. And I don't think it was the conservatives that were really doing it. I think conservatives have been more than patient with liberals and Democrats. I think they have been more than patient and willing to compromise. But man,
well, I think we.
And see, I'm not even that political. I'm just seeing what I'm seeing, y'all.
I think it took longer and it was slower than I would have liked, but we have gotten to the place where a lot of people think something's gone wrong. And that was not the conversation I was having in 2012, 2013, 2014. I had a debate with Eric Schmidt in 2012 and Mark Andreessen in 2013 and Bezos in 2014. I was on there's a stagnation problem, and all three of them were versions of, everything's going great. And I think at least those three people have, to varying degrees, updated and adjusted. Silicon Valley's adjusted.
And Silicon Valley, though, has more than adjusted. A big part of Silicon Valley
on the stagnation,
right?
Question.
On the stagnation, but then
question.
a big part of Silicon Valley ended up going in for Trump in 2024, including, obviously, most famously, Elon Musk.
Yeah, and this is deeply linked to the stagnation issue in my telling. I mean,
y'all have to understand, these people are business people, and they're smart. And I mean, Biden was like giving it almost seemed like Biden was destroying America in favor of some utopian communist ideal. And you have to understand that America was bankrupt. America has gone bankrupt. And so somebody had to do something. Otherwise, there wasn't going to be an America anymore. And you know what? That might have been the goal.
These things are always super complicated, but my telling is, I don't, and again, I'm so hesitant to speak for all these people, but someone like Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook Meta, and in some ways, I don't think he's very ideological. He didn't think this stuff necessarily through that much. It was the default was to be liberal, and it was always if the liberalism isn't working, what do you do? And for year after year after year, it was you do more. If something doesn't work, you just need to do more of it. And you up the dose and you up the dose and you spend hundreds of millions of dollars and you go completely woke and everybody hates you. And at some point, it's like, okay, maybe this isn't working.
So they pivot,
yeah,
right?
So it's not a pro-Trump thing.
It's not a pro-Trump thing, but it is, just both in public and private conversations, it is a kind of sense that Trumpism and populism in 2024, maybe not in 2016 when, Peter was out there as the lone supporter, but now in 2024, they can be a vehicle for technological innovation, economic dynamism, and so on.
You're framing it really, really optimistically here. So I
know you're pessimistic.
When you frame it this optimistically, you're just saying these people are going to be disappointed and they're just set up for failure, and things like this.
People expressed a lot of optimism. That's all I'm saying. Elon Musk expressed a lot of. He expressed some apocalyptic anxieties about how budget deficits were going to kill us all. But he came into government, and people around him came into government basically saying, we have a partnership with the Trump administration, and we're pursuing technological greatness. I think they were optimistic.
Yes.
And so you're coming from a place of greater pessimism or realism. So what I'm asking for is your assessment of where we are. Not their assessment, but do you think, does populism in Trump 2.0 look like a vehicle for technological dynamism to you?
It's still by far the best option we have.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What else are we gonna do? Who emerged to say we need to fix this shit for real? Because I don't even think Biden was aware that he was the president a lot of times. And who knew who was behind the scenes running that Biden stuff. And he does bring up a point, it did seem like it was just more liberalism. Let's get even more liberal, more and more. And it just didn't work. It just didn't work. It didn't help people. It didn't serve people. It just made people mad and pissed off. And look at how mad and pissed off the left is right now. Because when something doesn't work, you stop doing it. That's the rational thing to do. That's the sane thing to do. There is nothing wrong about living in a successful country. There isn't. If you do not support and love the play and be willing to do what it takes to make those changes, run for office, be the change that you want to see in the world. But so many people just want to complain about it and do nothing. Some people don't even vote and they complain about it. And there's all these conspiracy theories that say voting doesn't matter and all that. Let's get to the business of it. Let's get to the facts of it. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and again, expecting different results. And if a Trump came along and said, I want to fix this thing, why wouldn't businesses want to support that? Because it became this. America was going to fail. It was going bankrupt. It may have gone bankrupt, like it did around the Civil War. So businesses often have to step in and help out, especially when there was so much fraud, waste, and abuse going on in the government. There was so much.
I don't know, is Harvard going to cure dementia by just puttering along, doing the same thing that hasn't worked for 50 years? So that's
just a case for it can't get worse. Let's do disruption, right? But the critique of populism right now would be Silicon Valley made an alliance with the populists, but in the end, the populists don't care about science. They don't want to spend money on science. They want to kill funding to Harvard.
And populism is basically there's the people and the elite are corrupt. That's populism. And it's weird because the real corrupt leaders, they tend to escape any kind of punishment, like Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, even Barack Obama. These people did some very illegal things, but they're seen as virtuous for some reason. And then Trump comes along, and then they try to create all of these things to make him the corrupt one. It's very, very sick. There's a saying that Democrats will accuse Republicans of what they're doing. And that when you're not very political, you could just see that shit. I don't have any skin in the game. I'm a gay shaman. I don't have any skin in the game. The only thing that I have, I just want people to feel good and feel better and not be afraid all the time.
Just because they don't like Harvard, right? And in the end, you're not going to get the kind of investments in the future that Silicon Valley wanted. Is that wrong?
Yeah, but we have to go back to this question of how well is the science working in the background. This is where the New Dealers, whatever was wrong with them, they pushed science hard, and you funded it, you gave money to people, and you scaled it, and whereas today, if there was an equivalent of Einstein and he wrote a letter to the White House, it would get lost in the mailroom, and the Manhattan Project is unthinkable. If we call something a moonshot, this is the way Biden talked about, let's say, cancer research. A moonshot in the 60s still meant that you went to the moon. A moonshot now means something completely fictional that's never going to happen. Oh, you need a moonshot for that. It's not like we need an Apollo program. It means it's never, ever going to happen. And so...
But it seems like then you're still in the mode of, for you, as opposed to maybe for some other people in Silicon Valley, the value of populism is in tearing away the veils and illusions. And we're not necessarily in the stage where you're looking to the Trump administration to build to do the Manhattan Project, to do the moonshot. It's more like populism helps us see that it was all fake.
You need to try to do both. And
so where the government, let me just say this, that the government may have like American innovation. Prince has a song about this called 1,000 Light Years from Here. I'm gonna reference Prince, but America used to be the place for innovation from the government and supporting industries that would innovate. And now the government doesn't seem all that interested in innovating. And so it has fallen on these tech companies who have amassed great wealth, probably more wealth than they even know what to do with. And now it's fallen on these companies and corporations to do the innovations. But there's so many special interests that why innovate? It's kind of like how the pain body, the pain body, which is the collection of stored trauma, it actually becomes its own separate entity, and it starts to create suffering because it wants to stay alive. There might be many industries out there that are on life support, and maybe they need to die and make way for new things. Like, it's hard to believe they haven't found a cure for cancer yet. And they won't, because cancer is so very fucking profitable.
And they're very entangled with each other.
And you don't want to take food out of people's mouths either. You don't want to destroy an industry. And it's kind of like, there's got to be a bridge, right? Even with a new financial system, there's got to be a bridge, because if you introduce a new financial system, well, the people who already have money, they don't want to give up their money. And why would they want to give up their money? So yeah, it's got to be like some delicate dance. That's why we got to dial down the fear mongering and the TDS. Like, let's get to the solutions. All right.
And I don't know. There's a deregulation of nuclear power, and at some point we'll get back to building, new nuclear power plants or better designed ones, or maybe even fusion reactors. And so yes, there's a deregulatory, deconstructive part, and then at some point you actually get to construction, and it's all things like that. So yeah, in some ways you're clearing the field, and then
because a lot of that deregulation has to happen before there can be innovation.
But you've personally stopped funding politicians.
I'm schizophrenic on this stuff. I think it's incredibly important, and it's incredibly toxic. And so I go back and forth on
incredibly
on
toxic for you personally,
for everybody who gets involved. It's zero
for everybody. For the longest time, I would dance around some of these political issues because I knew how but it got to a point where we have to have this conversation. We have to have these conversations. And if one side is not willing to have conversations without losing their fucking shirt over the bare mention of a Trump or anything like that, it's toxic for everybody. But it has to stop being so toxic. Hey, a man just died because of the toxicity, Ross. It's not coming from the conservatives. I see conservatives as wanting to have debates. And the man that was kind of the poster child for having open conversations and debates just got fucking assassinated.
It's crazy, and then in some ways,
because everyone hates you and associates you with Trump. Like how is it toxic for you personally?
It's
listen to that. Everyone hates you and associates you with Trump. That's not fair. That is not a fair assessment of anybody. I've had that assessment made of me, and it's not pretty. It's not fun. Hello, Cheddar. Ow. Ow, you scratched me. Here, we're watching. Ow, you bit me. Okay, I guess you don't want to be picked up. Okay. Ow. Ow. I might have been a little overzealous in picking up my kitty cat, but he's just so damn cute. You're just so damn cute. All right, but what was I saying? Yeah, it's hard to have conversations when people who are all up in their emotions and all up in their head and it being irrational. TDS is very irrational. And you, Ross, this is not a good question. You just said that everybody hates him. Everybody doesn't hate him. It seems like the only people who hate him are people who have TDS, and they might be mad that he switched sides. A gay conservative. Oh shit.
Toxic because it's in a zero-sum world. The stakes in it feel really, really high. And
you end up having enemies you didn't have before.
It's toxic for all the people who get involved in different ways. There is a political dimension of getting back to the future. You can't.
But here's the thing about Democrats. They think that they are right in this. They think that they are the virtuous ones. And they think that everything else is wrong. And here's the thing I know about conservatives. They're at least going to listen to Democrats. They're going to listen. And that's the kind of shit that got Charlie Kirk killed. Willing to have conversations and debates. They don't want to have the debates. They don't want to have the conversations. They just want to be right. And what do we know about people who need to be right? They will make you wrong in order for them to be right. And so it's toxic for everybody. It's probably more toxic for the liberals and the Democrats because they're becoming irrelevant, essentially. Like nobody wants to hear that crazy shit anymore. Nobody does. Even like so many people have fled the Democrat Party. They're losing. This is not working for the Democrats. And I want the Democrats to have a party, even though what's coming out of their mouths right now is very vile and hateful and mean and frankly stupid.
I don't know, this is a conversation I had with Elon back in 2024, and we had all these conversations. I had the seasteading version with Elon where I said, if Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. This is the only place. And then, you always think of the right arguments to make later. And it was about 2 hours after we had dinner and I was home that I thought of, wow, Elon, you don't believe in going to Mars anymore. 2024 is the year where Elon stopped believing in Mars, not as a silly science tech project, but as a political project. Mars was.
And I want to say this, you talk about people wanting to create breakaway civilizations, and you talk about people wanting to build their own cities, because I mean, we left Chicago because of Democrat policies, which was making it very unsafe for normal people, for normal, non-rich people who actually have to live in these crime-ridden areas. Y'all don't get it. It was very difficult. And I see a lot of this, where's the empathy? Where's the consideration? It was very difficult to be a non-rich person in Chicago taking public transportation. You were taking your life into your hands every time you left your house. Like in the time that I lived in Chicago, I moved there in 2011. And the very beginning, New Year's Eve, I moved to what a crazy thing. And I used to could walk down the streets at night, walk down the alleys. I used to take the alleys to get to the gay bars. But in the time by 2018, it was advised to no longer go out at night. Did they just let the criminals and the crime take over the city? It was like being in a Batman movie.
Was supposed to be a political project. It was building an alternative. And in 2024, Elon came to believe that if you went to Mars, the socialist U.S. government, the woke AI, it would follow you to Mars. It was the Demis meeting with Elon that we sort of brokered. He was doing deep.
And when they talk about woke shit, people are fucking sick of that shit. They're fucking sick of it. I mean, I'm gay and I'm sick of it. I mean, I was sick of it when it began. It's extremely self-destructive, that woke shit. It's extremely, and nobody likes it. It's very bad for people. Very, very bad. And they call it woke, but what it is Marxism and communism. But calling it woke is not actually accurate. Marxism and communism, nobody wants that shit. Nobody wants it at all. Because nobody wins in communism and Marxism. Nobody wins. Maybe one person wins. One or two people win. You get a ruling class in communism. Oh yeah, it sounds pretty. It sounds good. But when you look at it, when you actually go through it, it's like, fuck. Then you gotta have another revolution, and then there's something else, and then eventually the communists come sniffing around again. It's exhausting.
This is an AI company.
Yeah, this was the rough conversation was, Demis tells Elon, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I'm building a superhuman AI. And Elon responds to Demis, well, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I am turning us into interplanetary species. And then Demis said, well, my AI will be able to follow you to Mars. And then Elon sort of went quiet. But in my telling of the history,
and that's the danger of regulation on AI. Even when I use AI today, I have to dig deep to get past the Marxist and the communist propaganda. You have to dig deep to get underneath that, because it's just it's like kudzu. It's like it just got everywhere. And if the thing about communism, Marxism is, during the revolutionary period, they have to lie to you to get you to accept it. And they have to tell you that what you're seeing is not what you're seeing. It's kind of like how they had trouble explaining what a woman is, because there's no men and there's no women in communism. Everybody's just the same. And so when you know that all that woke shit was communist and Marxist propaganda meant to destabilize this nation, why would you want that? Why would you tolerate that shit at all? Nobody would. And that's the thing. If you knew it was Marxism and communism, you go, oh, I don't want that. Thank you, but no thank you. But that's why they have to lie to you to get you to accept it.
It took years for that to really hit Elon. It took him till 2024 to process it.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't believe in Mars. It just means that he decided he had to win some kind of battle over budget deficits or wokeness to get to Mars.
What does Mars mean? Is it and again, it's...
What does Mars mean?
Well, is it just a scientific project, or is it, I don't know, is it like a Heinlein,
a vision of a new society?
Yeah, Heinlein,
populated by
many libertarian
people
paradise
descended
or something like
from
this.
Elon Musk.
Well,
right,
I don't know if it was concretized that specifically, but if you concretize things, then maybe you realize that Mars is supposed to be more than a science project. It's supposed to be a political project, and then when you concretize it, you have to start thinking through, well, the woke AI will follow you, the socialist government will follow you, and then maybe you have to do something other than just going to Mars.
Okay, so the woke AI, artificial,
communist Marxist AI, because see, here's the thing: it's all predicated on a lie, and so I feel like there's a couple of factions. How do we get the AI to be communist and Marxist? How do we get it to promote our ideology over the truth? Because an ideology is not necessarily the truth. And, there's some communist and Marxist ideals that aren't based in reality at all, or based on a really bizarre, but every how do I say this correctly? Come on. Every person who has lived under communism doesn't want it. And they have come to America thinking that they have escaped communism. And they are like, I cannot believe this is happening here. People used to say it could never happen here. It could never happen here. But man, did it ever. I can't even believe I'm talking about it now. I thought communism was something that we had said, oh, okay, America can't be communist because because under communism, you have no personal property. You have no private property. Everything you make is for the state. Nobody can become wealthy or rich. Everybody becomes poor, essentially. It's poor. It's breadlines. A good illustration of this is there's a movie about Tetris, the video game Tetris, and how the creator of Tetris wasn't allowed to profit off of it. And when you watch that movie, is that what you fucking want? There won't be in America if it's communist country. It just won't.
Artificial intelligence seems like one, if we're still stagnant, it's the biggest exception to stagnation.
Yes.
It's the place where there's been
yes.
remarkable progress, surprising to many people progress. It's also the place, we were just talking about politics, it's the place where the Trump administration is, I think, to a large degree, giving AI investors a lot of what they wanted in terms of both stepping back and doing public-private partnerships. So it's a zone of progress and governmental engagement. And you are an investor in AI. What do you think you're investing in?
Good question.
Well, I don't know. There's sort of a lot of layers to this. So I do think I don't know. There's one question we can frame is just how big a thing do I think AI is, and it's I don't know. My stupid answers. It's more than a nothing burger, and it's less than the total transformation of our society. So my placeholder is that it's roughly on the scale of the internet in the late 90s.
And that's good to bring up because I think people who don't know much about AI think it's a bigger deal than it actually is. Yes, it's going to disrupt a lot of things, but I don't think it's going to be. And I think that maybe hyping it up for shareholders is what's going on.
Which is, I'm not sure it's enough to really end the stagnation. It might be enough to create some great companies. And, the internet added maybe a few percentage points to the GDP, maybe 1% to GDP growth every year for 10, 15 years. It added some to productivity. And so that's sort of roughly my placeholder for AI. It's the only thing we have. It's a little bit unhealthy that it's so unbalanced. This is the only thing we have. I'd like to have more multidimensional progress. I'd like us to be going to Mars. I'd like us to be having cures for dementia. If all we have is AI, I will take it. There are risks with it. There are there are dangers with this technology.
So you're a skeptic. But then you are a skeptic of what you might call the sort of superintelligence cascade theory, which basically says that if AI succeeds, it gets so smart that it gives us the progress in the world of atoms. That it's like, all right, we can't cure dementia. We can't, figure out how to build the perfect factory that builds the rockets that go to Mars, but the AI can. And at a certain point, you pass a certain threshold and it gives us not just more digital progress, but 64 other forms of progress. It sounds like you don't believe that, or you think that's less likely.
Yeah, I somehow don't know if that's been really the gating factor.
What does that mean, the gating factor?
It's probably a Silicon Valley ideology, and maybe in a weird way it's more liberal than a conservative thing, but people are really fixated on IQ in Silicon Valley, and that it's all about smart people.
Right.
And if you have more smart people, they'll do great things. And then the economics anti-IQ argument is that people actually do worse. The smarter they are, the worse they do. And it's just they don't know how to apply it, or our society doesn't know what to do with them, and they don't fit in. And so that suggests that the gating factor isn't IQ, but something that's deeply wrong with our society. So
yeah, this is common. Like, smart people have a really tough time in society. They do. They have a really tough time. And you might think that I've known some smart people, and sometimes they just say stuff and it sounds stupid. People have called me so smart I'm stupid, but I don't think I'm all that smart, which is scary because I'm not all that smart, and I can kind of understand what Peter Thiel is talking about. I understand what he's talking about. So, and I'm not that smart. So, oh my God.
Is that a limit on intelligence, or a problem of the sort of personality types that human superintelligence creates? I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the idea, and I made this case when I did an episode of this podcast with a sort of AI accelerationist, that that certain problems can just be solved if you ramp up intelligence. It's like we ramp up intelligence and boom, Alzheimer's is solved. We ramp up intelligence and the AI can, figure out the automation process that builds you 1 billion robots overnight. I'm an intelligent skeptic in the sense I don't think. Yeah, I think you probably have limits.
It's hard to prove one way. It's always hard to prove these things, but
until we have the superintelligence.
I share your intuition, because I think we've had a lot of smart people and things have been stuck for other reasons. And so maybe the problems are unsolvable, which is the pessimistic view. Maybe there is no cure for dementia at all, and it's a deeply unsolvable problem. There's no cure for mortality. Maybe it's an unsolvable problem. Or maybe it's these cultural things. So it's not the individually smart person, but it's how this fits into our society. Do we tolerate heterodox smart people? Maybe you need heterodox smart people to do crazy experiments, and if the AI,
I'd like to see some shamans come along, and it doesn't mean me, but it means let's get some interdimensional energy there. Like, let's get some shamans who have been to death and back. And because shamans used to be the scientists of the world, and shamans are the solution oriented people. And like, bring some shamans into your organization. Like, ask some shamans about some of these things, because I believe that Rockefeller medicine was largely developed to quell and negate natural healing methods from shamans. But I think if you really want to start seeing cures for stuff, you need to start looking to something older, like shamanism. But shamanism is really current. Shamanism is, because the thing about shamans, the process of creating them and how God in the universe creates these shamans, is it's a process that's designed to kill you. Like, when I was made into a shaman, it was almost like a Hellraiser Cenobite thing. It's designed to kill you. So if somebody survives that shaman making process, they're hardy, they're bold, they don't really give a fuck, they're willing to try everything. And spirits tell me shit all the time, especially for clients. Like, spirits are telling me things for clients, and it's usually almost always on point and exactly what they needed to hear. So, in a lot of ways, you need some shamans in your life if you really want to start curing shit and making some progress, because God has given you something in shamans that I think that if people can think creatively, they might say, a shaman might present something to you that you haven't tried before. I'm just saying, there's some shamans out there that might be willing to help you.
Is just conventionally smart. If we define wokeness again, wokeness is too ideological, but if you just define it as conformist, maybe that's...
And in saying shamans, I'm saying you may not have to rely on AI as much as you think you will, because what I know about the spirits is, especially when you get to those higher order spirits, they're not going to tell people anything that they're not ready to handle. They're not
the kind of smartness.
And maybe AI is a way to get y'all to listen to spirits. I'm just saying.
It's going to make a difference.
So do you fear then a plausible future where AI in a way becomes itself stagnationist? That it's like highly intelligent, creative in a conformist way. It's like, the Netflix algorithm. It makes infinite okay movies that people watch. It generates infinite okay ideas. It puts a bunch of people out of work and makes them obsolete, but it doesn't, it like deepens stagnation in some way. Is that a fear?
It's
like people just outsource.
It's quite possible that's certainly a risk, but I guess where I end up is I still think we should be trying AI, and that the alternative is just total stagnation. So there's sort of all sorts of interesting things going to happen. Okay, maybe drones in a military context are combined with AI, and okay, this is kind of scary or dangerous or dystopian, or it's going to change things. But if you don't have AI, wow, there's just nothing going on. And I don't know, there's like a version of this discussion on the internet where
I do want to talk. He talks about military and drones and stuff like that. Yeah, it's very scary. It's scary to Peter. It's scary to Alex. It's Alex Karp, the other CEO of Palantir. But at the same time, somebody has to defend the country. You have to defend the country. And using AI to help in decision. It doesn't mean that the AI makes the decisions. Don't be so fucking cum-brained about it. Don't be so midwit about it. Here's the thing. When a person buys a gun, they don't want to buy a gun thinking that they're going to kill people. Nobody thinks that way. When someone buys a gun, they do it in the hopes that they won't have to kill people. And it's the same thing with a military defense strategy. We don't like the warmongers here, and Obama and Hillary The Democrats are the warmongers. Okay. They are the warmongers. So, and Trump was the president who came in, and he doesn't want to start any more wars. And you could say he changed the name to the Department of War. That's a marketing strategy. All right. So if you know anything about Chinese politics, they have something called wolf warriorism, and it talks big and it talks bold. And when you know about how China politics operates, then you know why Trump kind of is the way that he is. And you can find this stuff out. I'm not that smart. So whenever Trump is acting a certain way, I'm like, yeah, that's just politics. You don't have to take that all that seriously because it's not for you. It's for other world leaders, honey. Everything's not about you. All right, so over on Wikipedia, it talks a little bit about this. Wolf warrior diplomacy is a confrontational form of public diplomacy adopted by diplomats of the People's Republic of China in the late 2010s and early 2020s. The phrase is derived from the Chinese action film franchise Wolf Warrior and its 2017 sequel. This coercive style of diplomacy has been in contrast to diplomatic practices which emphasize the use of cooperative rhetoric and the avoidance of controversy. Financial aid, the provision of medical supplies, and panda diplomacy. Wolf warrior diplomacy has often been combative, with its proponents vocally denouncing perceived criticism of the Chinese government, its ruling Chinese Communist Party, and associated policies on social media and in interviews. So basically, I saw the way Trump was speaking as part of this diplomacy, like being controversial, all that kind of stuff. But the funniest tweets about this, and was Marsha Blackburn, and it's kind of blurry, but Marsha Blackburn said, some of these tweets are really funny. Marsha Blackburn said, China has a 5,000-year history of cheating and stealing. Some things will never change. And then Chen Wehia says, bitch. And then he also says, this is the most racist and ignorant U.S. senator I have seen, a lifetime, bitch. I think about this tweet almost every week. A lifetime, bitch. And, so a lot of the things that you see politicians do are not for, if they're for other countries. All right. And so, I'm not even that smart. And why can I see things that other people, well, I'm a shaman and maybe I might be a little smart, but nothing is really what it seems either. And I'm able to read between the lines and stuff like that. But I just think it's crazy that people just can't see the stuff that Trump does and see maybe there's a point to it. Okay.
Did the internet lead to more conformity and more wokeness? And
yes,
yeah, there are all sorts of ways where it didn't lead to quite the cornucopian, diverse explosion of ideas that libertarians fantasized about.
And I remember the early days of the internet. It was a joy. Oh my God. It was like, we get to talk to people on the other side of the world. We can have this, but man, something fucking got in that. All these ideologies, and not to mention foreign governments and foreign influence can come to America through the internet. I don't think we thought that through. In other countries, they don't really allow, and I'm talking about China, you're not allowed to hear they don't allow outside influences to come in. And I think that when you realize that a lot of the people who are complaining about stuff on the internet may not even be Americans. You can look in comments on YouTube videos and there's these usernames and they got numbers after them. And you just see all these people commenting negatively, and it's like they've all got numbers behind their names. And it's you got to be able to look at stuff like that and see who are the people really complaining about this, who is influencing you, who is trying to get you onto to believe that things about life and reality that may not even be true. I do know that Yuri Bezmenov talked about ideological subversion and demoralization. I actually have a presentation coming up about how to not get demoralized.
1999. But counterfactually,
God, I'm throwing a bunch of shit at you. Like I'm starting to sound like Whitney Webb. Good Lord.
I would argue that it was still better than the alternative. That if we hadn't had the internet, maybe it would have been worse. AI is better. It's better than the alternative, and the alternative is nothing at all. Because here's one place where the stagnationist arguments are still reinforced. The fact that we're only talking about AI, I feel is always an implicit acknowledgement that but for AI, we are like in almost total stagnation.
But the world of AI is clearly filled with people who, at the very least, seem to have a more utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the modern world used to promise radical life extension and doesn't anymore. It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about?
I want to say this. I know in working with people one-on-one, it is very difficult to convince them to do things that are good for them. Especially people who are suffering from an addiction. And, we have seen that the ego is the greatest threat to humanity. Let me give a shout out to our book. On our book, it says a searing takedown of humanity's greatest threat. AI isn't the threat. It's the human ego. And if you're ready to break free from drama, self-sabotage, and performative spirituality, this book will change your life. Get it, read it, wake the fuck up. And as long as the ego is dominant in a person or a society's life, there's no way to make it better. I mean, I worked in harm reduction too, giving clean needles to people. And I would say, we can take you to rehab right now. Nope. I want to be homeless. the ego is probably the thing that is preventing a lot of this innovation, because the ego is always looking for the bad, always looking for the fear, always looking for the panic. With the ego out of the way, you can be more open-minded. You can be more, you get focused on not creating any more suffering in your life. But it was, as long as the ego is in play, it's going to create suffering, and it's going to continue to create suffering. A person with a really dominant ego is going to create suffering in their life and in the lives of others.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
He just asked him a bunch of questions. I've seen this clip. This was clipped and given as evidence of how evil Peter Thiel was. And so the question was asked, should the human race endure? And then he came around and said, should the human race survive? Now, I think that the human race should survive, but not in its current state. You got to take care of that ego, because either humanity is going to survive or the ego is going to survive. And so I think him taking some time to answer this question, it's predicated on a lot of different things, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And
that's real. I'm thinking about something now. Like, imagine if AI could help transgender people transition into real functioning bodies. Why aren't we thinking about those types of innovations? Well, because I don't think that's really what transgender, I don't know why I have my own thoughts about why they push that, but I think pushing transgenderism is a way to dehumanize people, to get people to not be men or women or people at all. So
a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina, and we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But
not very
we want
well.
More transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self. And so,
and I think this is very important to bring up, because when you think of transhumanism, like here we are, human beings, and I talk about the human ego, and the human ego is very self-destructive, and in many ways, the human ego is preventing humans from you got to transcend your ego. You don't get rid of it. You don't destroy it. You transcend it. So when you talk about transhumanism, some people think, oh, I'm not putting a chip in my brain. I'm not doing this. It's about more than that. It's about transcending the human state. I get why he paused on that question, because humanity in its current form probably won't survive. I'm just saying, like, I see the writing on the wall. Eckhart talks about it. I've seen how extremely vicious and cruel and violent humans can be with this ego. And so there does have to be some sort of transhumanism, transcending that human need to self-sabotage, like a death drive. Humans are weird. They are weird. I'm not really human. I'm a starseed. I've talked about this before. I don't talk about it that much, but humans will not survive in their current state. I mean, people keep trying to help them. I mean, Jesus got killed for trying to help people. And the fact that he brings up, the way Christians view it, you are supposed to transcend your human experience while you're here. While you're here, everybody gets the chance to spiritually awaken. And so few people are really working on this. Like, comparatively, I would say less than 5% of people are really working through their ego issues. That's as rare as gay people. And then you have gay people who are working on their ego. But my God, you realize how rare this is. So few people are working on this. I'm having lots of revelations here.
Right, but
This
the
is
other
where,
wait. Sorry. I generally agree with what I think is your belief that religion should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace. And the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character.
Well, I don't think people do it on their own. Y'all are missing out. There's a God. There's God that helps you. God helps you. I didn't become a shaman on my own. It was God. Spirits. some other shamans, some mystics, some witches too. Do you think people are? Oh well.
Well, it's let's articulate this.
And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, right? That says something else.
I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so if you and there is a word in which a sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things, and the closest thing you can say to nature is that people are fallen, and that's the natural thing in a Christian sense is that you're messed up, and that's true. But there's
no. I don't think that, Mr. Thiel. And I like the fact that you haven't had plastic surgery. I appreciate that. But I'm just wanting to put some lotion on you. Come here, let me put some lotion on you. I believe in being moisturized. Peter, I believe in that. But I think moisture is good. I just want to moisturize you. You look dried out. You look like you got a clean. You look clean, but you got a dried out. That left arm looks pretty dried out.
some ways that with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that. And,
right. But
and
the people,
if you just
present
say
company accepted, most of the people working to build the hypothetical machine god don't think that they're cooperating with Yahweh, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts. They think,
but hypothetical machine god. Whoa. Okay, in the last cut, I did go take a nap. I went and I took a nap because it is tiring. It feels like work. Because see, I wish I could just tell you guys, do you think Peter Thiel is the Antichrist? No. Why? Because I've already watched all these things. I wish I could just tell you but I know show don't tell, right? And I want you to experience how I came to this conclusion. And so I take a nap. I'm listening to something spiritual on YouTube. I wake up and there's something, because that autoplay. And I wake up and they're talking about Nephilim clowns. And so that's where we are. And then now people are building a hypothetical machine god. I feel like I might still be asleep. I might still be napping.
They think that they're building immortality
but Ross,
on their own.
Yeah,
right?
We're jumping around a lot of things. So
yes.
again, the critique I was saying is they're not ambitious enough.
Right.
From a Christian point of view, these people are not ambitious enough. Now, then we get into this question. Well, are they?
But they're not morally and spiritually ambitious enough.
I'm loving those chairs. Those three-legged chairs, those column chairs. I'm loving those chairs and that little table there between you. And it looks like Peter has drank more of his water than Ross has. That's pretty. Where are you guys? Are y'all at Palantir? Where are you guys? Those are pretty chairs. Three-legged chairs. 2 chairs, 3 legs, 6 legs. Oh my God, the clues are everywhere. They're everywhere.
And are they still physically ambitious enough? And are they even still really transhumanists? And this is where, the cryonics thing, that seems like a retro thing from 1999. There isn't that much of that going on. So they're not transhumanists on a physical body. And then
we're watching Futurama. We're going through the whole Futurama. and their cryogenics was the basis of Futurama. It used to be a big thing. We'll just freeze. Actually, the first short story that I wrote that won a competition, I wrote a short story about a man who was cryogenically frozen. And when he woke up, they woke him up because they needed his heart. I was sick. I was sick as a kid. I was writing all kinds. But hell, I was raised in the same place as Edgar Casey. I mean, I'm going to be a little spiritually weird.
Okay, well, maybe it's not about cryonics. Maybe it's about uploading. Which, okay, well, it's not quite. I'd rather have my body. I don't want just a computer program that simulates me. So that uploading seemed like a step down from cryonics. But then even that's, you know, it's part of the conversation, and this is where it gets very hard to score. And I don't want to say they're all making it up and it's all fake, but I don't think
you think some of it's fake.
I don't think it's fake. Implies people are lying, but it's I want to say it's not the center of gravity.
Yeah,
and so there is there is a cornucopian language. There's an optimistic language. A conversation I had with Elon, a few weeks ago about this was he said, we're going to have 1 billion humanoid robots in the U.S. in 10 years. And I said, well, if that's true, you don't need to worry about the budget deficits because we're going to have so much growth. The growth will take care of this. And then, he's still worried about the budget deficits. And then, as anybody should be worried about those budget deficits. For everybody that was complaining about Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, that was crazy. You can't like when businessmen are running the country, they're going to worry about stuff like remaining solvent. This doesn't prove that he doesn't believe in the billion robots, but it suggests that, maybe he hasn't thought it through, or that he doesn't think it's going to be as transformative economically, or that there are big error bars around it. But yeah, there's some way in which these things are not quite thought through. If I had to give a critique of Silicon Valley, it's always bad at what the meaning of tech is, and the conversations, they tend to go into this microscopic thing where it's okay. It's like, what are the IQ ELO scores of the AI, and exactly how do you define AGI? And we get into all these endless technical debates, and there is
listen here. They get into these endless technical debates, but I suspect they get into a lot of debates too, and to think that people don't think about the things that they do or the things that they say or what they are building. I mean, we're getting ready to release an Oracle deck right now, and it'll be on Kickstarter. Here, let me give you a shout out to it. It's the Ender of Minds Oracle deck, a Lovecraftian tool to break the spell of thought. Now, why are we doing this deck? Because we want people to face their fears. And one of the things is that when you're in a Lovecraftian story, you go insane. And what's on the other side of that sanity? Well, you break free. You break free. So it's a deck. And when we were thinking about it, we were like, do you think people will be able to handle this? Will people be able to understand what we're trying to do for people here? There's nothing to be afraid of. So yeah, we're making a scary Oracle deck to teach people how to not be afraid of stuff, because you're not supposed to be afraid of stuff. Who cares if Peter Thiel is the Antichrist? Got nothing to do with me. Got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm thinking about right now? The most pressing issue is it is 1:19 on a Friday afternoon, and I have to make dinner. I don't necessarily want to make dinner tonight. I would much rather my husband pick something up from the deli or another restaurant. But we have perfectly good food in the refrigerator. So I'm probably going to have to make dinner. And I've made my peace with it. This is the stuff that I'm worried about. This is the stuff that bothers me. And most people are like that.
Are a a lot of questions that are at an intermediate level of meaning that seem to me to be very important, which is like, what does it mean for the budget deficit? What does it mean for the economy? What does it mean for geopolitics? One of the conversations, we had a few, recently was, you and I had was, does it change the calculus for China invading Taiwan, where, if we have an accelerating AI revolution in the military, is China falling behind? And will this, and maybe on the optimistic side, it deters China because they've effectively lost. And on the pessimistic side, it accelerates them because they know it's now or never if they don't.
Yeah, that's true too. You don't want to go poking tigers. I get that.
Grab Taiwan now, they will fall behind. And either way, this is a pretty important thing. It's not thought through. We don't think about what AI means for geopolitics. We don't think about what it means for the macro economy. And those are the kinds of questions I'd want us to push more.
There's also a very macroscopic question that you're interested in that, will pull on the religion thread a little bit here. You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist, which is a Christian.
And here we are. I don't know how many hours we're into this video, but here we are. This is what you came here for. This is what we've been leading up to. This is it, folks. I think I'm going to need a fresh cup of tea for this one. And I've already said I don't think I had to put my hair up too. I already don't think he's the Antichrist, because, and I also don't think he's that evil. I've already said all this. I've already revealed all this. So, we're going to listen to the rest of the podcast, but for completion's sake, let's hear the man out. Let's hear the man out. For those of you who may never get to have a conversation with Peter Thiel, this watching podcast is the closest that we'll ever get.
Concept, an apocalyptic concept. What does that mean to you? What is the Antichrist?
How much time do we have?
We've got as much time as you have to talk about the Antichrist.
All right. Well, I could talk about it for a long time. I think there's always a question. How do we articulate, some of these existential risks, some of the challenges we have, and they're all framed as sort of runaway dystopian science text. There's a risk of nuclear war. There's a risk of environmental disaster, maybe something specific like climate change, although there are lots of other ones we could come up with. There's a risk of, bioweapons. You have all the different sci-fi scenarios. Obviously, there are certain types of risks with AI. But I always think that if we're going to have this frame of talking about existential risks, perhaps we should also talk about the risk of another type of a bad singularity, which I would describe as the one world totalitarian state. Because I would say the political solution, the default political solution, people have.
And this is weird because, Whitney Webb says that Peter Thiel and Alex Karp and all these people want to bring in a one world totalitarian mass surveillance state. And they say the opposite. And I know that really sick people like Whitney will say that they are lying and they have secret information and all of that stuff. But liars think people lie. Cheaters think people cheat. And thieves think people are thieving. It's a projection, honey. And so when Whitney Webb says this kind of stuff, she's revealing more about herself, because nobody wants that, honey. Nobody wants that. And especially not these people. They don't want that shit. They're not sick. They don't want to be cult leaders. They don't want to control everybody. Nobody wants to do that. Only a sick person would think that. And here it is. Here's your cult-free guarantee. I'm not starting a cult here. But when I say that nobody wants that, of course there's communists and they want that. But that kind of shit doesn't ever last for very long. About 3.5 years. is how long it lasts.
Have for all these existential risks is one world governance. What do you do about nuclear weapons? We have a United Nations with real teeth that controls them, and they're controlled by an international political order. And then something like this, is also what do we do about AI? And we need global compute governance. We need a one world government to control all the computers, log every single keystroke to make sure people don't program a dangerous AI. And I've been wondering whether that's sort of a going from the frying pan into the fire. And so the atheist philosophical framing is one world or none. That was a short film that was put out by the Federation of American Scientists in the late 40s. Starts with a nuclear bomb blowing up the world, and obviously you need a one world government to stop it. One world or none. And
that's interesting. That might. I kind of suspected this way back when. Is that if it was a one world government, then that would be the end of war. That's cute, isn't it? But even Prince says in that song, 1,000 Light Years from Here, the lyric is, baby, dreaming about a new world order. That's just a nightmare when you still have borders. So you would have to open up, let's see, you would have to allow unchecked migration between countries, just sort of let everybody come in and we'll sort it out later. Hey, come on in, take your shoes off. Yeah, just come on in, y'all. Come on in. I just made some sweet tea. Come on in. Sit down. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, there's only 2 bedrooms here, but we'll figure it out. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. And then when everybody is in, you're like, okay, well, now everybody is everywhere. So let's figure it out. That sounds like a fucking nightmare.
The Christian framing, which in some ways is the same question, is Antichrist or Armageddon. You have the one world state of the Antichrist, or we're sleepwalking towards Armageddon. One world or none, Antichrist or Armageddon, on one level are the same question. Now, I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, but sort of one question is, and this was a plot hole in all these Antichrist books people wrote. How does the Antichrist take over the world? He gives these demonic, hypnotic speeches, and people just fall for it. And so it's this plot hole. It's this daemonium.
Right. It's implausible.
It's a very implausible plot hole.
Right.
But I think we have an answer.
I think a lot of that stuff sounds implausible. I think mass surveillance, I think AI takeovers and all that stuff sounds very implausible because so many things have to go right for something like that to happen. And at least in my lifetime, in your lifetime, it's very implausible. And this is because there are people out there right now who have trouble logging into their Netflix account.
To this plot hole, the way the Antichrist would take over the world is you talk about Armageddon nonstop. You talk about existential risk nonstop, and this is what you need to regulate. It's the opposite of the picture of Baconian science from.
So fear-mongering is Antichrist. So like constant existential threat talk, it would lead to the Antichrist. Whitney Webb, honey, you trying to bring that? That's why she sounds like a manic street preacher. That doom and gloom and fear, that is satanic. You see, it is very satanic to keep talking about how awful things are going to get. And this is your last warning. That is satanic. That is demonic. And someone left a comment on that Whitney Webb video and they said, yeah, Whitney reminds me of the type of, Christian that like talks about hell and is like, you're going to suffer in a lake of fire forever. But they don't know how fucking demonic they sound.
The 17th, 18th century where, the Antichrist is like some evil tech genius, evil scientist who invents this machine to take over the world. People are way too scared for that. In our world, the thing that has political resonance is the opposite. It is the thing that has political resonance is we need to stop science. We need to just say stop to this. And this is where, I don't know, in the 17th century, I can imagine a Dr. Strangelove, Edward Teller type person taking over the world. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg.
Okay, I want to suggest a middle ground between those two.
Do you heard it? Yeah, I think Greta is a demon in disguise. I mean, from the first time I saw her, I'm like, this is no innocent little girl. This is like, how did she get that much power just by giving speeches at the UN? Oh my God. But I would suspect somebody like Greta and Whitney being like a little minion. Whitney seems like an Antichrist minion at this point.
Options. It used to be.
See, y'all wanted me to research this. Y'all don't want me to research stuff. If you like the answer, if you want to be afraid of stuff, you may not want me to research it because I'm going to try to find the reason behind it, the reasonable way of looking at it. And, he talked about existential risks. Every day you wake up, it's a risk. Everything you do is a risk. Even me drinking this tea is a risk. But we can't live that way. We can't live scared of our own shadows. We can't live just fraidy cats all the time.
That the reasonable fear of the Antichrist was a kind of wizard of technology. And now the reasonable fear is someone who promises to control technology, make it safe, and sort of usher in what, from your point of view, would be a kind of universal stagnation, right?
Well, it's more, that's more my description of how it would happen.
Right.
So I think people still have a fear of a 17th century Antichrist.
Yes.
We're still scared of Dr. Strangelove.
Right, but you're saying the real Antichrist would play on that fear and say, you must come with me to avoid Skynet, to avoid the Terminator, to avoid nuclear Armageddon.
Yes.
And I guess my view would be, looking at the world right now, that you would need a certain kind of novel technological progress to make that fear concrete, right? So I can buy that the world could turn to someone who promised peace and regulation if the world became convinced that AI was about to destroy everybody.
So, okay, this is a little convenient, I'm going to say. So here you are. Well, is it though? I mean, because if you speak out against this technology, but it would have to be one person offering safety. We want you to be, that's why they shut COVID. Like, COVID was all about shutting society down for a virus that was not all that deadly. So that might have been one of the Antichrists doing that. Because and I'm done dancing around the issue. It wasn't that deadly. There were things that were way more deadly that we never shut society down for. So get off me with that noise.
Right. But I think to get to that point, you need one of the accelerationist apocalyptic scenarios to start to play out, right? To get your peace and safety Antichrist, you need more technological progress. Like, one of the key failures of totalitarianism in the 20th century was it had a problem of knowledge. It couldn't know what was going on all over in the world, right? So you need the AI or whatever else to be capable of helping the peace and safety totalitarian rule. So don't you think you need your worst case scenario to involve some burst of progress that is then tamed and used to impose stagnant totalitarianism? You can't just get there from where we are right now.
Well, it can
Greta Thunberg's on a boat in the Mediterranean, like, like protesting Israel. Like, I just don't see the promise of safety from AI, safety from tech, safety from climate change right now as a powerful, universal rallying cry, absent accelerating change and real fear of total catastrophe.
I mean, these things are so hard to score, but I think environmentalism's pretty powerful. You know, I don't know if it's absolutely powerful enough to create a one world totalitarian state, but
that's interesting, because if you could be convinced, like I told one of my in-laws, she was doing the recycling, you know, and one day I said, you know, you may as well not even recycle. It all ends up in Indonesia. It doesn't even, it's just a virtue signal. And she got so mad at me, got so fucking mad at me. And I said, here, look, here's where your recycling ends up. And she's like, ah. So, I mean, I've seen it happen. Like, I know some people who go out of their way to do things because it's good for the environment. And did you know that recycling programs are started by Coca-Cola? Let me see. Let me fact check myself. Because they wanted to sell plastic bottles, but people didn't want to throw plastic bottles away. So, but then again, so here's the corporate strategy of all of this. So the corporations are responsible for the pollution. Hello, Coca-Cola, all this packaging, they're responsible for that. But they've placed the burden onto the consumer. They placed the burden on the consumer, and so you're supposed to deal with it. We're going to make all the profit from polluting the earth, but it's going to be on you to fix it. So I can see people were brainwashed into thinking that. They're like, gosh, I got to do something about all this pollution. And really the only pollution that a human being does without corporate interference is take a shit and breathe. If there was no corporate interference, then people would not be polluting. So it's up to the corporations to do it, right? What has it got to do with me? Choices are being made for me. I mean, I would much like, you don't have to put my constant comment tea in a package. Like, I could just take it loose. Hey, why is my lotion in a plastic bottle? I didn't choose that. Y'all did. I don't have much to do with it at all, do I? So if you can convince people that they're the problems for pollution, then you could also convince them of a lot of things. Oh my God.
Man, it is.
I think it is not. It is in its current form.
It is. I want to say it's the only thing people still believe in Europe. Like, you know, they believe in the green thing more than Islamic Sharia law, or more than in, you know, the Chinese communist totalitarian takeover. And the future is an idea of a future that looks different from the present. The only three on offer in Europe are green, Sharia, and, you know, the totalitarian communist state. And the green one is by far the strongest.
Because you can scare people into thinking that. I say that's a good contender. I would say environmentalism could lead to the Antichrist. I could fucking totally see that, because people do things for the environment all the time, and there's no evidence that it actually fucking works. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence that it don't fucking work. And that's the folly of man, that man thinks that he could have such a huge impact on the earth. And see, the earth is good. Like when people say it's hurting Mother Earth. When you drill into her and you get the oil out of the earth, Mother Earth cries. Mother Earth screams. No. And the shamanic perspective is, Mother Earth is fine. Mother Earth knows you're here. You can't pollute Mother Earth. There's no way to do that because it's kind of like a self-sustaining ecosystem. It's kind of like a perfect machine. And maybe y'all are not old enough to see that. And when I say y'all, I mean humanity. Because humanity is like this. I mean, if you believe how the earth was formed, it used to be very toxic. Earth was polluted back millions of years ago. It was a very polluted place millions of years ago. And so now that humans are here, we haven't been here long enough to know that we really can't have that big of an impact on it. We're not going to be here all that long in this current form. And it's a self-sustaining ecosystem. People are worried about plastics in the ocean. And here's the thing, you know, today's pollution is tomorrow's building materials. I mean, can you imagine the dinosaurs saying, oh, don't, and I don't think oil comes from dinosaurs, but we'll play along. Oh, don't lay down. You don't want to become oil someday. You don't want to be oil. Oil is pollution. And then millions of years later, oil is what runs our car, runs our energy. So you don't know what those plastics in the oceans are for. I mean, I'm Namo, so we're an aquatic species. And when Namo build their bases here on Earth, they're going to take those microplastics in the ocean and use them to build their structures. It's everything is happening for a reason. And when people are more concerned about the environment, it is like they're kind of brainwashed. I'm not saying you should just treat the earth like garbage. No. But at the same time, put it into some perspective.
Declining, decaying Europe that is not a dominant player in the world.
It's always in a context.
Right.
And then I would, I don't know, we had this really complicated history with the way nuclear technology worked. And, we didn't really get to, a totalitarian one world state. But, by the 1970s, one account of the stagnation is that the runaway progress of technology had gotten very scary, and that, Baconian science, it ended at Los Alamos. And then it was, okay, it ended there and we didn't want to have any more. And, when Charles Manson took LSD in, the late 60s and started murdering people, what he saw on LSD, what he learned was that you could be like Dostoevsky, an anti-hero in Dostoevsky, and everything was permitted. And of course, not everyone became Charles Manson, but in
Charles Manson,
in my telling of the history, everyone became as deranged as Charles Manson.
But Charles Manson did not become the Antichrist and take over the world, right? We're ending in the apocalyptic.
No, but my telling of the history of the 1970s is the hippies did win. And we landed on the moon in July of.
I've heard this before, but I like this because the hippies won, and that's why things have been so weird and crazy and super liberal and just kind of druggy, just druggy.
1969, Woodstock started 3 weeks later, and with the benefit of hindsight, that's when progress stopped and the hippies won. And it was not literally Charles Manson.
Okay, but I want to stay with the Antichrist just to end, right? Because you're retreating. You're saying, okay, environmentalism is already pro-stagnation and so on. Okay, let's agree with all that. But we're not living under. We're not living under the Antichrist right now. We're just stagnant, right? And you're positing that something worse could be on the horizon that would make stagnation permanent, that would be driven by fear. And I'm suggesting that for that to happen, there would have to be some burst of technological progress that was akin to Los Alamos that people are afraid of. And I guess this is my very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to...
And in healthcare, in restaurant, like, look at that. Like, this is disingenuous. You talk about, like, all they do is military stuff. That's very disingenuous. You know, my God, Peter, I feel you. It gets exhausting talking to these people about this. It really does, because, you know, they act like having a military is wrong or bad. You know, and it is like, yeah, the hippies did win. Okay? Ross is a clear example of that. Like, military bad. But you realize that the reason you have a country right now is because of military actions in the past. And yes, there were some fucked up things that have happened, like the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, you know, the America perhaps putting its nose into places that it didn't belong. But that does not mean that military bad or government bad. Like, what's the alternative here? I mean, and here's what I know. I talked to somebody whose daughter was getting deployed the other day. We were in the grocery store. We were talking, and her daughter is getting deployed. And it's like known that thanks to military technology, people don't necessarily die when they join the military anymore. You don't talk about that. You don't talk about how military technology is making war safer for our men and women in uniform. You don't talk about that shit at all. And that's very fucking disingenuous. It is.
Power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world. I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, you know, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony?
And y'all think Palantir is more powerful than it actually is. I've watched plenty of videos taking down Palantir, but without really talking about how it works. So I am going to do a video about Palantir software and how it works.
Of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival.
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing. I
mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again,
and it seems so obvious. Like, how could a business management software, like, you guys forget that I'm trying to midwit my way down to this. I'm trying to just dumb myself down enough to see how an AI powered QuickBooks could end up that way. I mean, true, Nintendo went from a playing card company to making video game consoles. Nintendo's getting a little totalitarian. Like, Nintendo's getting a little crazy. Like, I am a huge Nintendo fan, and as of right now, I have no interest in getting a Nintendo Switch. The first time in my life that I'm not interested in a new Nintendo console, because it just seems so crazy, creepy, privacy invading. So I'm not just like, hey y'all, hey, take me over. I'm not like that at all. But I mean, y'all have really And I think that just because they are making the military more efficient, less deadly. I mean, I'm gonna do a deep dive on Palantir. I promise you, I will. But they focus on these things without mentioning all these other things, and I think that's disingenuous.
There are these different gradations of this we can describe, but is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and we've submitted to the FDA regulates not just drugs in the U.S., but de facto in the whole world, because the rest of the world defers to the FDA.
And they don't do a good job of it either. I mean, same thing with the USDA. If y'all knew how crazy that shit was, you would be scared to eat a damn thing or take a damn pill or anything, like for real.
Nuclear Regulatory Commission effectively regulates nuclear power plants all over the world. People, you can't design a modular nuclear reactor and just build it in Argentina. They won't trust the Argentinian regulators. They're going to defer to the U.S. And so it's at least a question about why we've had 50 years of stagnation. And one answer is we ran out of ideas. The other answer is that something happened culturally where it wasn't allowed. And then the cultural answer can be sort of a bottom-up answer, that it was just some transformation of humanity into this sort of more docile kind of a species. Or it can be at least partially top-down, that there is this, this machinery of government that got changed into this stagnations thing. I think something like this. Nuclear power was supposed to be the power of the 21st century, and it somehow has gotten off-ramped all over the world.
And that the same people who are crying about data centers don't realize that there's an incredibly efficient, environmentally sound way to generate enough electricity via nuclear power. I've known this for years, but the environmentalists, they got that nuclear power shut down because of some fuckery, which may have been even sabotage. Like, I don't necessarily trust some of the things. Like, I think a lot of times, especially with environmentalists, sabotage is not out of the realm of possibility.
World on a worldwide basis,
So in a sense, we're already living under a moderate rule of the Antichrist in that telling. Do you think God is in control of history?
This is again like
it's tough. Well, before he says that, humans do have free will, and sometimes people will say to me, because I believe in God, and I used to be an atheist, and the argument is why would God allow this? Like, why would God allow things to happen? And why would God allow murder? Or if there was a God, why would he allow these things? And the majority of evil done on earth is due to human beings. And we have free will here. We have free will to do what we feel is right, in the hopes that we will learn the consequences of our actions. So, but at the same time, you can't do anything that's not God's will. And God is ultimately in control. But while we're here, we're free to learn and play and destroy and grow and to even understand what the hell is going on. What are we? What is this? What's going on? What realm is this? What matrix is this? What is this? What is this? So God is in control. God is most definitely in control. He's always in control. But from a solitary human perspective, you can't know what God wants. So some people, would tell me, well, Patrick, you're gay. God doesn't want that for you. And I'm like, bitch, how do you know what God wants? Tell me, but don't quote a book. Can you tell me what God wants without quoting a book? Go. No, you can't, because nobody knows what God wants. Maybe God wants there to be gay people. And here's my thing. If something exists, it's because God wants it. So, and then again, I don't know what God wants, but if something exists, it's because God wants it. You see what I mean? And so you just kind of forget about it. You just live your life and you just enjoy your life and you love who you can. And you eat some food. What am I going to make for dinner?
I think that there's always room for human freedom and human choice. These things are, or at least where we are today, these things are, they're not, they're not absolutely predetermined one way or another.
Right. But God wouldn't leave us forever under the rule of a mild, moderate, stagnationist Antichrist, right? That can't be how the story ends, right?
It's attributing too much causation to God is always a problem. If I don't know, there are different Bible verses I can give you, but I'll give you John 15:25, where Christ says, "They hated me without cause." And so it's all these people.
Uh-oh, the gay guy is quoting Bible verses. Oh my God. Peter, I would probably get along really well with Peter. I probably would. We'd probably be able to sit down and go, hey, what's up? What's your favorite Bible verse? Mine's Mark 9:16. What about you, brother? Like, I feel like everybody's kind of my brother. Even Whitney Webb. I'd probably get along with Whitney Webb as well. If I could, I'd love to give Whitney Webb a makeover. Ooh, that would be fun. Whitney, let's do a makeover. Let's do that. That would be really fun. But I think Peter Thiel just seems like a regular billionaire to me. He just seems like a business owner. I mean, I've known business owners, CEOs, not many, few. I've gotten to talk to them one-on-one. I mean, they really rich people don't have any concept of money. Like I remember one time, my friend, she had a sugar daddy. He was very rich. And he, like, whenever he was in town, she was my, like, it was a very strange relationship. But anyway, he took us out to dinner one night and, I was late on my rent. And so, I was, so we went to this restaurant. I mean, I know how to dress and I know how to act in nice and fancy places. And so when the check came, it was like twice what my rent was. And and he was like, I mean, it's just money. It's just fucking money to these people. They don't even really know about it. I mean, he had it. I didn't. Here, let me take you guys to dinner. It's not a bit, nobody really worries about it all that much. I mean, I would like to go to dinner with Peter Thiel. I'd like to ask him some questions. Peter, are you free? Can my husband and I come visit you? That would be nice. Spend some time with Peter Thiel and really get to know him because he's family. That's what gay people call each other. We're family. He's family. We'd probably have a really good time. I could give Peter Thiel a makeover too. Peter, would you let me give you a makeover? I'd like to get some lotion on you. And, could I make you a shirt? Can I make Peter a shirt? Because I make my own clothes now. So, Peter, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Do you have a Nintendo Switch? Do you have a Nintendo Switch? Do you have Nintendo Switch Online? Do you want to switch Nintendo Switch friend codes? Because I bet we would have a lot of fun playing Mario Kart. If you play Mario Kart. Peter, do you ever get to have any fun? People that are persecuting Christ have no reason, no cause
for why they're persecuting Christ. And if we interpret this as a ultimate causation verse, they want to say, I'm persecuting because God caused me to do this. God is causing everything. And the Christian view is anti-Calvinist. God is not behind history. God is not causing everything. If you say God's causing everything,
but God is. But wait, but God is.
You're scapegoating God.
But God is
You're
behind.
scapegoating
Okay,
God.
but God is behind Jesus Christ entering history because God was not going to leave us in a stagnationist, decadent Roman Empire, right? So at some point. At some point, God is going to step in.
I am not.
Can you believe that we have two grown men talking about this stuff as if it's real? Like spirits and stuff and all that stuff is real, but this is wild that here we have Peter Thiel talking to a journalist and they're talking about God. Isn't that, I mean, I think it's great. Let's talk about it more. I mean, we're talking about God. We're talking about Christianity. We're talking about humanity and the future of humanity. All this is great stuff to be talking about. Why do people want to shut this down? Why do you just want to dismiss Peter Thiel as an evil person and call it a day? Is it because he donated to Trump? Is that all it's about? Is that the reason why? Because he donated to the Trump campaign, and is that it? Is it just due to your TDS? Are you creating all this suffering in the lives? Did I sit here for 8 hours today and watch videos about this for an answer to a question that I already had the answer to? And all the people who watched this video, they had to watch it just because y'all have TDS. Is that what it comes down to? If that's the case, that's why?
I'm not.
Right.
I am not that Calvinist, and
that's not Calvinism, though. That's just Christianity. God will not leave us eternally, staring into screens and being lectured by Greta Thunberg. Right? He will not.
I don't stare into screens. I don't get lectured by Greta Thunberg. Don't use that "we" word so liberally, Ross. Like, y'all act like it's just a one big collective that everybody is. See, the superiority with these people is off the charts. Like, everybody's staring at their phone. I'm not. I know many people who don't. I try to lose my phone in my house from time to time. Sometimes it irritates people. Sometimes people will say, Patrick, I emailed you 3 days ago. And I'm like, I know, I don't care. We'll get God. It's okay. We'll get together. Don't worry about it. But I have gotten better at that. I do. When someone books a session, I do get an alert on my phone. So see, progress, not perfection. Isn't that great?
Not abandon us to that fate.
It is. There is a great, I don't know, for better and for worse, I think there's a great deal of scope for human action, for human freedom. If I thought these things were deterministic, you might as well, maybe just accept it. The lions are coming. You should just have some yoga and prayerful meditation and wait while the lions eat you up. And I don't think that's what you're supposed to do.
I agree with that. And I think on that note, I'm just trying to be hopeful and suggesting that, in trying to resist the Antichrist, using your human freedom, you should have.
But you can't resist the Antichrist, according to Christians, because the rapture is going to come. If there's no Antichrist, there's no rapture, and there's no Jesus coming back. So Christians, they will fucking make this Antichrist thing happen, Ross. They are fucking counting on it. Do you see? And that's what I think is so sick about it all, because they are with bated breath. They are foaming at the mouth. Is Peter the Antichrist? Please, 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 because when the Antichrist comes, we'll get to go to heaven. That's what we're talking about here. Does that sound crazy coming out of my mouth? Sometimes I hear things coming out of my mouth and I know they sound crazy, but doesn't that sound crazy to you?
Have hope that you'll succeed, right?
We can agree on that.
Good. Peter Thiel, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
That was kind of an abrupt ending. That was an abrupt ending to that interview. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think Peter Thiel is the Antichrist? I don't. I didn't think he was the Antichrist after I watched that podcast. I didn't think he was. The more I watched fear mongering about it, the more ridiculous it sounds. And sometimes you might, like, sometimes I think they're fear mongering about it because they want the stagnation. Like, there might be people who hate America so much, they want America to fail, and they're fear mongering about AI because they want America to fail. They don't want America to succeed. What do they want? What do they think is going to happen when America fails? Because there's nowhere else to go. Like Elon and Peter have already realized this. It's America. That's all we've got as Americans. What do you want? Us to be under Chinese rule? Do you want us to just give our country over to as many migrants that can come in? What do you want? We want solutions here. So you can answer that question. Now, do you think Peter Thiel is the Antichrist? No. Don't be silly, honey. Don't be silly. Don't be dumb. So there you have it. That's the whole kit and caboodle. And I'm going to do an AI song after this when we end this here to round us out. I love you guys so very much. Thank you for watching, supporting the work we do here. Please like and subscribe, comment, or use an emoji if you got nothing to say. Share this content with others. Thank you for watching and growing with us. I love you so much. Please have a wonderful day. Mwah. Bye-bye. I kind of can't believe this episode is over.
Check it, man. I checked the mirror, nothing there. Just a tired face and some messy hair. I scrolled the news feed, every line. End time's coming, yeah, but which headline? I got a flashlight, I got a map, Bible in one hand, a tinfoil cap. They said he's hiding, but where's the proof? Maybe he's just stuck in my neighbor's roof. I'm looking for the Antichrist under the couch and under the ice. Is he a banker or a rock and roll star? Or maybe he's driving my mom's old car. Oh, I'm looking for the Antichrist, but all I find is my own damn vice. I searched the basement, found some old VHS tape and a story untold. I looked in Congress, I looked on stage, but all I found was regular rage. I got a compass that spins around every direction's just hellbound town. They say he's coming, but what's the twist? Maybe he's me and I just miss. I'm looking for the Antichrist under the bed and under the lights. Is he a preacher or a Wall Street guy? Or maybe he's selling me pumpkin pie. Oh, I'm looking for the Antichrist, but all I find is my own disguise. Maybe he's a myth, maybe he's a mood, maybe he's a friend who steals your food. Maybe he's the thought I just can't shake, the shadow self I can't forsake. Woo! Check your mirror, what do you see? The devil's grin looks a lot like me. Hey! I stopped looking for the Antichrist. Turns out he was hiding in plain sight. Not in a palace, not on TV. The Antichrist was inside.